If you can. Thank you, everyone. The March 31st Lane Community College Board of Education Board meeting will now be called into order. Nicole, will you please call the roll?
Kevin Altucker,
Here.
Austin Volneggi,
Here.
Jesse Maldonado,
Here.
Steve Mattal,
Here.
Michael Olson,
Here.
Jerry Rust,
Here.
and Julie Weisman. Here.
Excellent.
Oh, I'm so sorry. And Zach Mulholland.
Present.
All right. We will now move on to the land acknowledgement. The land acknowledgement speaker for this meeting is President Amelia Hampton. Amelia, will you please provide us with the land recognition? Once president, always present.
Hello, I'm on this side of the table. Is this working?
Uh,
Oh, it is.
Ju-
It is working. Okay.
Can you hear the public comment, Julie? Perfect. Thank you.
All right, the land acknowledgement. I'd like to start our meeting with the acknowledgement that the land we are on is the traditional homelands of the Kalapuya people. The Kalapuya people were stewards of this very land for over 14,000 years before their traditional way of life was forever disrupted. We start our meeting with humility and reverence for the original inhabitants, the Kalapuya.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We will now move on to the oath of office to formally swear in our newly elected student trustee, Michael Olson. President Bulger, will you please administer the oath of office?
Happy to.
I'm going to administer the oath of office, and could you repeat after me? I am stating
I, Michael Olson,
to solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
to the state of Oregon,
the Constitution of the State of Oregon,
laws thereof,
and the laws thereof,
and the board policies of the Lane Community College District.
and the board policies of the Lane Community College District.
During my term,
During my term,
I will faithfully and impartially
I will faithfully and impartially
discharge the responsibility of the office
discharge the responsibility of the office
of non-voting student board member
of non-voting student board member
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Welcome to the board, President Olson. Greatly appreciate your service to the students and to our college. We'll now move on to the adoption of the agenda. Do we have a motion to adopt the March 31st board agenda?
I move to approve. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Oh, Julie?
I just wanted to, I have a question about parliamentary procedure.
Go ahead.
Can I make a motion that we adjourn our meeting at 10 PM tonight?
I do not believe we can, well, let's see. No, this is the adoption of the agenda. So you're wanting to amend the agenda?
To adjourn at 10 PM. I just
Okay.
want to know if that's a parliamentary action that I could make a motion to.
To put a time limit on the agenda. I am going to ask the parliamentarian to come up and speak to that, if that is a parliamentary procedure that is allowed under Robert's rules. But it will require a second. It will. Okay, it is a special order. Okay, gotcha. My apologies. So I was under the impression it wasn't. Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. So it is technically a special order. I actually didn't think it was. So we can make a special order after the adoption of the agenda. So we can move to adopt the agenda and then do a special order after the fact. Does that make
Okay.
sense, Julie?
Mhm.
Great. Thank you. All right. So we have a motion on the table for the adoption of the agenda. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Any abstentions?
I abstain.
Thank you. One abstention. The adoption of the agenda passes. We'll now move on to equity lens. Equity Lens Questions, this is a living document for our board to understand our stakeholders and have intentions around our stakeholders involved and how our actions impact those. I want to just emphasize the question of how you intentionally involve stakeholders who are also members of the communities affected by the policies, programs, practices, or decisions in the decision-making process. I hope we can reflect on that as we take our board actions here today. Now we will move on to the responses to information requests. Do we have any questions or comments in regards to the information requests? Zach?
I had a couple questions regarding some of my questions. Is that they're related to the 3-year mitigation plan? Is it best to ask those questions now for clarification or during that process?
There's a page number. Can you refer me to the questions that you might be asking? And then. I can
So it's
be
this
clear.
separate packet here that has been provided for the board where we got the numbers of students that
Oh, I
had
see.
completed each program. So it looks like we have on the first page, the number of graduations for the AAS Criminal Justice Program Code 445. And then on the third page, we have the ASS Criminal Justice Program 6397 and the number of graduates. So that's 2 different sets of numbers for the criminal justice program. And then do we have those numbers for the health? And then it looks like at the bottom of page 4, there's some numbers related to AAS, but there's no titles above the numbers. So it's hard to understand what the numbers mean.
Is the question, do we have information in the packet for the HIM program? Is that your question?
Yeah, HIM program, the number of graduates. It looks like there's a much larger number than is listed for the criminal justice program. But again, there's no headers. And so it's hard to know what the 40, 35, 30, 40 numbers are.
Okay, well, not to slow the meeting down, Chair, I think that this would be a good question for during the action item.
Thank you.
Perfect. Julia, I saw you had your hand up. Was there a question in regards to the information requests?
No, I was going to actually suggest that we have this conversation under the action item.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I do have is there any further questions? Kevin, go ahead.
I just have a comment just to point out, we had 14 pages total of questions and responses this meeting, which is a lot. I want to thank staff's quick turnaround time to address the board's questions and recognize the amount of work that takes to get it done before the meeting. Thank you.
Excellent. Any further questions?
We appreciate that. I just want to say, if I could, kind of walk through these responses, not in detail, but just to give everyone a sense of what's in here because it's quite meaty. It is 14 pages. It did take quite a bit of time. So we had. We had a question about the 3-year mitigation plan. We've got questions about the academic program cuts. We've got questions about the decisions about the integrated financial package, and we've got questions about embedded tutoring, the health clinic, print shop, program closures, forecasts, and we also have questions related to board policies. And so I just want to orient the board to that. We do have a copy of the responses to information requests in front of everyone.
Absolutely. Any questions since we've gone over that? I do have a question in regards to one of my questions, which is on page, let me get the page number here, 11 under B. And this is in regards to board policy 2722, which is around known non-compliances. I appreciate the answer. And again, I want to also appreciate the staff for their detailed and really quick responses to these questions. In regards to the aspect of this where this expands, the new language expands the scope of the president being able to be asked to report to the board, including non-compliance of laws and so forth. So this revision strengthens the board's monitoring abilities. Could I have an expansion of that answer just to kind of make sure I understand all the different monitoring abilities of this new language for the board?
Brett?
Sure. I believe you're referring to the questions about board policy 20.
27, 22. Yep. And that question number B there, which is around to report known non-compliance.
Sure. The language of the way the policy is currently written states that the president shall report in a timely manner known non-compliance with any policy of the board. The suggested revision would change it to report in a timely manner any known non-compliance with board policy or applicable law. So it is just expanding the scope to include both state, federal laws, and that it would be the president's responsibility to inform the board if there was any non-compliance with that as well. It is in a way duplicative of some other policies that also require the president to give those notices.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And those are all my questions in regards to that. Thank you for, again, the expansive answers to those questions that I had. Any further questions about board information requests? Seeing none, we'll now move on to public comment.
Mr. Chair,
Oh, yes.
sorry.
Was there another question?
No, I have some questions about public comment.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So curious to know, I'm trying to get an idea about the flow of our agenda this evening. Could you give the board an idea of how many people have signed up?
Oh, yeah. We go into that normally when we're going into public comment. Yeah.
Okay, you want me to wait?
Well, no, it's just that, go ahead. What are your questions, I guess? Yeah.
Well, the intent of the questions are, we have a full agenda. And to Trustee Weissman's comment about perhaps setting an ending
Point of
time
order.
for the,
This is a total side conversation to our agenda. Can we move forward with our agenda, please?
I do agree with that. So yeah, point well taken. I'll cover all the different aspects of the public comment, including the number of people that have signed up for public comment, the fact that we'll initiate the board policy around the 2-minute mark, 2 minutes per speaker, and so forth. If there is another question or additional questions, we'll do our best to continue with that. All right. So, but before we do that, was there any answers though to the question that was previously brought up, which was the 10:30 end time? Yeah.
Apologies, board. I was just at a training about adjournment and all the labyrinthine rules about them, but it's actually fairly straightforward in this case. The motion to fix the time at which to adjourn, which is different than to which to adjourn, is an incidental main motion that could be made at any time when there's no business pending.
Got it.
So.
Got it. Okay. So after an action item has been completed, just to clarify, if an action item has been completed, then the board can actually make a motion to end at 10:30.
That is correct.
Thank you. All right. We will now move on to public comment. Before we begin public comment, I want to acknowledge that there's strong feelings in the community around the various issues that we are going to be discussing. Your voice matters, and we are here to listen. I do want to encourage us to continue, not to have any personal attacks or anything like that. Be respectful, use information, definitely share your lived experiences, of course, and always bring forward good intentions with your personal comments. We are looking for ways to let me just explain it like this. My debate coach said, if you have to attack someone in order to make your point, you're not able to make a good point. So if we keep it around the issues and not people, that is very important. That's important for public dialogue in general. We will not respond directly. The board will not respond directly to any issues raised during public comment, but will refer those issues to the president for appropriate action. Nicole, we have 40 speakers signed up.
That's correct.
Excellent. We will start with students first in our speaking role, and we will also make sure that we give an opportunity for online speakers as well. Room 213, if you can let me know if you have a speaker that's on their way over, just wave at me and I'll be able to see you so that I know that they're on their way. Thank you, room 213. All right. Before we go ahead and call our first speakers for public comment, Julie?
So did you say that they're because of the 40 speakers, we're down to 2 minutes per speaker.
And thank you for that reminder. Yep, I unfortunately skipped that part. So we will now be moving to your speaking roles will be for 2 minutes each. Please keep your comments within those time periods. And our first speaker?
First, we have Richard Riordan. Following is Jacqueline Red, and following is Jasmine Lynch.
If we keep our applause to ASL, that'd be great. Thank you so much.
Are y'all gonna tell me when the time starts?
Yeah,
Just
It'll-
say when.
it'll be right up there.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Is this thing working? I can't
Yeah.
tell.
Oh, it is working. Yeah,
All right, is it going?
go ahead.
All right, so I was at the work session thing in Florence where, y'all presented the budget to sort of mitigation strategies. But what caught my eye was what was said about health information management. And turns out this program is being eliminated. But even more interestingly, a member from the board described HIM as, quote, a high demand, high skill occupation or workforce service that's essential to our community. And yet members of administration explained in a pretty prepared statement how it was actually unprofitable and failing here. It had the minor issue of not being true. The numbers used to paint this picture are selective at best or based on events that didn't happen, otherwise known as fiction. And just so we're clear, omission is a form of deception. What's even more telling is this. My father, head of HIM program, was informed by outside institutions like KCC and COCC about a teach-out agreement for his students, as if the program was already gone. Not by anyone here, but by those institutions. But who negotiated such an agreement without informing him? It would be the same people who presented that data in Florence. How do I know this? Because the emails left absolutely no room for ambiguity about who communicated this to them, much less they weren't even told to require a vote. That same evening in Florence, however, I watched with my own eyes as my father raised this directly with a member of administration, and their response was, so what? Followed by laughter. Now, reasonable people can disagree on whether somebody losing their job is funny, but what we can't disagree on is how this impacts the students. See, the problem with doing things like this, cutting programs, negotiating teach-out agreements ahead of decisions, and even making a joke out of it, is that it doesn't undermine the credibility of this institution. It creates a sense of precarity within students. We attend classes here with the expectation that we would graduate here, actually, and not be farmed out to outside institutions, having the rug pulled out from under us. And as far as I can tell, administration has acknowledged this gap between what they say and what they do, probably because they assumed the students didn't notice. But I did. And just so we're clear, none of the actions I described thus far are shining examples of transparency, professionalism, or even attention to process. Because at some point, this won't take long for the students to realize that this is an oversight.
Please finish your point.
It's a pattern. And once that pattern is clear, so is the very
Your time is
institution
up.
that allows it.
Your time is up. Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, crap.
You okay?
I'm all good.
Yeah, good. Yep, good.
Excellent.
Next speaker?
Next, we have Jacqueline Red. Following is Jasmine Lynch.
Welcome.
Hello. I just wanted to also clarify it's Rael, the last name. Sorry, the way I wrote it probably didn't come out correctly.
Thank you for that clarification.
All right.
Go ahead.
All right. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Jacqueline Rael, and I'm a software development student and a course embedded tutor. I want to speak about decisions that directly affect student success. First, our CET coordinator or course embedded tutor coordinator, Sarah Pittman, plays a critical role in guiding and supporting students. She provides structure, clear communication, and consistency, things that are essential for us to stay on track and succeed. Sarah is also an important point of support when students face challenges, including situations where they may feel uncomfortable or need help addressing concerns with instructors. Having someone who can advocate for students and help facilitate those conversations creates a more supportive and respectful learning environment. Losing that support would not just be a staffing change, but a disruption to the stability and guidance that students rely on. At the same time, the potential closure of the Health Information Management program is a concern for our team as we work on our capstone project. If the program were to end, it would create uncertainty about how we will complete our work and meet our academic requirements. Current students still in the program could face serious challenges, including the possibility of not being able to graduate as planned They would have invested time, effort, and money into a program that may no longer be available and might need to find alternative courses or even change their educational path. These outcomes would significantly disrupt students' academic plans and opportunities. These aren't separate issues. They both reflect how institutional decisions directly shape the student experience and our ability to succeed. I ask that you consider not only the administrative side of these decisions, but also the potential impact they could have on students working to complete their education. Thank you for listening to my comment.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jasmine Lynch. Following is Allison Morris.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Jasmine Lynch, and I'm a former student of the Criminal Justice Program here at LCC. I earned my associate degree through this program, and I'm here today to strongly urge you not to suspend it. This program is more than another social science course. It's a pathway into public service for many students in our community. LCC provides accessible, affordable education, and for a lot of people, this is the only realistic way to begin a career in fields like law enforcement, juvenile law enforcement, corrections, or other areas of the justice system. Suspending the criminal justice program will limit those opportunities and reduce the number of locally trained professionals who understand, serve, and who want to help our community. Not only is Mr. O'Farrell the program coordinator, but he is the main instructor as well. During my time in the criminal justice course, I felt like his firsthand experience in law enforcement served as a strong teaching tool. Not only was he able to teach students using real-world experience, but he is also knowledgeable in criminology and criminal history as well. Being able to teach multiple topics based on familiarity provides students a more practical and greater understanding than textbooks can do alone. The education I gained from this program has much value to me. It taught me critical thinking, gave me a better understanding of the justice system, and helped shape how I approach decisions and responsibilities in my everyday life. It was a program of high interest for me when I began college. If the criminal justice course wasn't available back then, I truly don't know which course I would have taken. Students deserve the chance to pursue what inspires them, not be limited by what's available. Suspending the criminal justice course from the LCC catalog wouldn't just be a temporary budget decision. It would be a long-term loss for students and for our community as a whole. These types of programs are difficult to rebuild once they're gone, let alone the staff and instructors within those programs. I respectfully ask that you reconsider and continue supporting the criminal justice program here at LCC.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next, we have Allison Morris. Following is Sunny Wise.
Welcome.
I'm speaking to you as an HIM student who is very concerned about the proposed mitigation strategy of eliminating the HIM program. As someone whose entire family are healthcare professionals, I can attest that HIM professionals are wanted and greatly needed. There are further educational opportunities for HIM students after their associate's degree, including bachelor's and master's programs. Many different positions are achievable and held by HIM AAS graduates, including, but certainly not limited to, medical coder, medical records auditor, data abstractor, clinical documentation improvement specialist, compliance manager, DRG auditor, and release of information specialist. The LCC HIM program has a 100% first-time pass rate for the RHIT exam, which is well above the national average of 75 to 85%. Our professors are deeply dedicated to student success, and that is evident in our coursework, the excellence of my peers, rising enrollment by 31%, and the professors' continued support and instruction. The students who are tossing to the side are hardworking, intelligent, and focused, and have shown they are willing to do the work to achieve academic success. To force us out of the school is disregarding the time, effort, and sacrifices that students have made over their academic journey and the effort and instructions of our professors. There are only 4 schools in the state of Oregon that are CAHIM accredited for HIM students, and you are doing a great disservice to many students across the state and others. As a personal note, I have a 4.0 GPA, and I currently serve as a student leader for an identity group on campus, and I am involved in other clubs. In this academic year, we have hosted cultural events such as Lunar New Year and community-focused events like Toys for Tots Drive and our relaxation stations. I am deeply dedicated to my fellow students and my community. I ask you, are you willing to disregard students like myself whose academic work and extracurricular achievements bring value to this college? At what point is LCC disregarding their mission statement and abandoning students? And lastly, HIM students and staff have demonstrated that we are dedicated to student success. When will the administration do the same? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sunny Wise. Following is Tessa Stark.
I forgot I was up next.
Welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sunny Wise, and today I would just like to express gratitude for the LCC Food Pantry. I've been using the food pantry since fall term and have been able to meet most of my needs there and have used a little bit of food stamps to kind of fill in the gaps. The food pantry is easy to access. It's made a huge difference in my food security, and I'm very grateful that it exists. One of my favorite things about the food pantry is that food that is grown in our learning garden is offered at the pantry. And it's wonderful to have something that the college is doing that directly benefits college students. So just very grateful for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Tessa Stark, and following is Hadassah Francis.
Welcome.
Hi, board members. Hi, President Bolger. Hi, President Olson. I know that the name on there is wrong. It's Tessa Sharp, not Stark, but probably my handwriting, my bad. But I'm here to just introduce myself as a SGA senator. I'm Senator 8, the communications officer. So I'm here to, I guess, formally introduce myself to both the board as well as community members who are here. And I think that I'm very glad of what you guys do here, and I hope to speak more here and represent students, and I hope that everyone here is more than welcome to reach out to me. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Hadassah Francis, and following is Persephone Barajas.
Welcome.
Hello, I'm Hadassah Francis. I am the Senator number 2 on student government here at Lane, Council of Clubs Chair. I'm excited to engage directly with students through clubs and associations and give back by attending these meetings and the college council meeting as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next in-person student speaker is Persephone Barajas, and then we'll be following up with our online student speaker, Amanda Woolberg.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Persephone Barajas. I am an HIM student. I've been a student here multiple times for different programs, and I can personally say that the HIM professors have been very hands-on, and I feel like the cancellation of that program would be deeply sad for the community. And I feel like the lack of communication for the students is something that is on the college's part a misstep. And I feel like pushing us to another college when there are so few that do the program when we have such a high rate of graduation is something that needs to be brought to your attention multiple times. And there are multiple of us that will do that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Our next few student speakers will be online. First up, we have Amanda Woolberg, and following is Emily Eric.
Trying to get you online there, Amanda. Amanda, we might have lost connection. Okay, no worries. We'll keep that, keep her in the list in case we need to come back.
Next was Emily Eric. Is she online?
Excellent. Emily, you're next. We're going to be unmuting you in just a minute.
Okay, sorry, that took me a second.
No worries.
Um,
Welcome, Emily. Go ahead.
Thank you. So good evening, members of the board. My name is Emily Eric, and I am a criminal justice student here at Lane. I didn't learn this program might be suspended from the college or this board. I learned it from a professor. That shouldn't happen. It shouldn't take a caring professor to inform students about decisions that directly affect their futures. When leadership doesn't communicate first, it creates distrust, real, lasting distrust. It makes students feel like our voices don't matter and that our education isn't a priority. Before Lane, I was at Loyola University in Chicago studying nursing. It looked right on paper, but it wasn't right on me. Finding the criminal justice program here changed that. For the first time, I'm not just in school, I'm building a future that fits me. This program meets the criteria you say matter. It is sustainable, students are engaged, it aligns with real careers, it works. Yet the very program that meets every standard is being questioned. That sends a clear message to students, even when you do everything right, you're still at risk. This isn't just about a program, it's about trust. Lane gave me direction, purpose, and opportunity. When students can't trust the leadership to communicate or protect those opportunities, it undermines everything that this college stands for. Please don't take that away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have an Asia Hansen.
Asia, we're pulling you up online. There you are. Great. Hi there. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. Welcome, by the way. Go ahead.
Thank you. All right. Good evening. My name is Asia Hansen, and I am a student preparing to apply to the Health Information Management Program, or so I thought. Speaking in solidarity with faculty and in support of preserving this program. I'm here today because a program I've been working toward and the future I've been building is about to be taken away. I want to start with this. Eliminating the HIM program doesn't just remove a certificate or degree. It takes away a future people like me have already begun building. I may not be officially admitted yet, but I've been actively working towards this program. I've completed a significant number of the required courses and plan to apply after finishing my final prerequisite this term. I chose this path because it offers something I truly need, stability and flexibility. This program has allowed me to keep moving forward while managing a full-time job and real-life responsibilities in a difficult economy. This program's versatility opens so many doors for amazing opportunities. If this program is eliminated, all of that progress is at risk. The requirements don't align with other schools, which means I would likely have to start over from the beginning. That's not just discouraging, it's devastating. Students like me are doing everything right, trying to build stable futures in a time where all odds are stacked against us. Please don't take that opportunity away. Please don't erase the program we've fought for. Protect it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have Amanda Woolberg. I believe she's back on.
Excellent. Amanda, we're getting it so you can unmute.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Give us 1 second here so we can get a visual. There you are. Excellent. All right. Welcome, by the way. Go ahead.
I just wanted to comment on like one of the reasons that was brought up, and I just started school here, okay, but one of the reasons that was brought up to cut the criminal justice program is because law enforcement officials can be hired straight out of high school apparently or something like that, but like not everyone is doing it because they want to become a law enforcement official. Like I'll just be honest with you, I personally have a record, but I've also witnessed like massive systemic corruption, including like child trafficking, including like people dying in jails, all sorts of stuff. And because of that, I have a passion to understand the system, to be able to work with the system and within the system to create positive change where this kind of stuff doesn't keep happening, you know what I mean? And whether that's as like a private investigator or an attorney someday, like that's where I'm going with it. It's not because not everyone's there because they want to go into like necessarily law enforcement, but like there's other reasons to take these classes is all I'm saying. And I think that's it right now.
Thank you, Amanda.
And that was the last of our student speakers. Moving on to our one online speaker, and then we'll go into in-person. We have Crystal Clack, and then we'll move on to our in-person speakers, Sandy Wilhelm.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Welcome. Go
Thank-
ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. I am a health information management professional speaking in solidarity with the HIM faculty, the students, and the future of the HIM program at LCC. My main point is simple. Programs like this one change lives and they should not be eliminated. The faculty who teach the KHIM approved curriculum deserve support and stability because they create real opportunities for students who might otherwise have no path forward to a rewarding and high valued career. My own career began because I had the opportunity to attend a 2-year HIM program like this one. At the time, I was struggling to make ends meet, working 3 jobs and helping care for a disabled parent. I already had a bachelor's of science degree in social sciences, but pursuing another 4-year degree was simply not obtainable. A 2-year HIM program made education practical, accessible, and possible. It literally changed the trajectory of my life. That opportunity changed everything. It gave me skills, confidence, and a future. Because of that foundation, I went on to earn 2 Masters of Science degrees, achieve respected HIM credentials, become a recognized fellow in my field, and grow into healthcare leadership, advocate for patients, and teach future HIM professionals. I've worked for employers such as Peace Health, McKinsey Willamette, OHSU, Microsoft, and now Huron Consulting. None of that would have been obtainable without my career starting at a 2-year HIM level. So I have to ask, what data supports eliminating a credentialed program that prepares workforce-ready professionals, serves healthcare employers, has a 100% RHIT exam pass rate, and changes students' lives? If this program is eliminated, that door closes for students whose lives may look a lot like-minded. Please do not take away a proven path to stability, purpose, and a better life for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next in-person speaker is Sandy Wilhelm, and following is Shane Turner.
Thank you. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Sandy. I work in printing and graphics, a department that has been targeted for closure, and I'm here because I feel this will cost more in time and money than it will save. Cutting departments, programs, and staff won't really solve budget challenges if inefficiencies remain unaddressed. Making it harder for faculty to teach or for students to complete their work won't improve outcomes. Outside print shops simply cannot provide the same level of support, flexibility, and integration that we offer on campus. We may not be an instructional department, but we are deeply connected to student success. We support faculty, we help students meet deadlines, and we guide them through complex projects. Our team brings expertise, patience, and care. Students have told us how much this matters. I also think about access. What happens to students who rely on the bus, who are balancing tight schedules, and who depend on having services available right here? Since this decision was made, we've heard the same question over and over again. What are we supposed to do? There are also important considerations around quality and trust. The college has invested significant time and resources over the years in building its brand. Without an internal print department, there's less ability to ensure consistency and protect that investment. In addition, some of the materials we produce contain sensitive information. Moving that work off campus raises real concerns about security and confidentiality. Our impact extends beyond campus. We serve community members and local businesses. Those relationships matter. They shape how people view the college, whether they support it and whether they choose it. There are also practical considerations. Equipment investments were just made. Pricing structures can be adjusted. Efficiencies can be found. We are ready and willing to be part of those solutions. I've been here for 30 years. I've seen a lot of change, but one pattern stands out. Decisions made without fully understanding the consequences or engaging the people closest to the work. There are other points. You'll see it on the back. But with respect to time, I'll end with this. Will this be another decision made too quickly, or will this be an opportunity to pause, engage, and get it right? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Shane Turner. Following is Wendy Simmons.
Skipping Shane Turner. Oh. Different Shane Turner, yeah. Welcome, Shane.
Sorry for the confusion. This is not the first time I've been mistaken. I'm ready.
Yeah, go ahead.
Course embedded tutoring is vital for supporting student outcomes and retention, and it would not be possible for us to do our work without a dedicated faculty coordinator. I am classified as a 1039 instructional specialist, and I provided course embedded support for biology, health professions, and the majority of chemistry classes at Lane Community College. Of the, fall term, I provided support for 192 appointments. Winter term, I provided support for 142 appointments. This time is what's allowed me to develop relationships with student cohorts that I maintain between terms, and it's vital for building campus community and student independence. Due to the close working relationship I have between students and the faculty I work with, I've been able to help both parties communicate whether a formatting error has led to unnecessary confusion or helping the student communicate that they are dealing with dumpster fires in their life outside of academia. For my work to have the most impact, I need to be able to center my attention on students and maintain clear and open communication with faculty about relevant trends in performance and morale that they would not otherwise have. These conversations are only possible because of the work of Sarah Pittman, our faculty coordinator. Her role not only helps to protect myself and my job, her work as a coordinator is why I'm able to spend 80% on average of my time doing what's most meaningful, which is working with students. Should have slowed down, so I was running. I see my time.
Thank you.
Wendy Simmons is next. Following is Paula Tony.
Welcome.
Good evening, board members and President Bolger. I'm Wendy Simmons, and I'm speaking in solidarity with my colleagues. Since I got hired in 1998, there have been numerous program and position cuts here at the college. Employees, students, and community members have always been included in the decisions to cut programs and positions. As difficult as these decisions can be, including stakeholders in the process is a best practice and lends itself to better support and approval. What happened to real transparency, as in openly sharing ideas on how to cut costs and increase revenue? What happened to collaboration, as in seeking input, providing data, and having meaningful discussions in which ideas are born and common ground is found? We, including the board, should all be able to weigh in before program suspensions take place. That is the moral and ethical way to make important decisions at the college. That's how we've been able to continue to do what's best for our students and community. Instead, we are offered the thought exchange. When morale is at an all-time low, I know many of us aren't comfortable sharing our thoughts here. What subset of employees is? Is it representative? Has it provided real data and collaboration? Instead, on March 4th, the administration failed to share what they intended to reduce or eliminate in their FY 2027 mitigation plan of $4.4 million in cuts, and the board approved this. The administration failed to share the reasons for the cuts, what the trade-offs would be, and the impacts on our students, employees, and community. They asked the board to vote on these cuts, a request which is inconsistent with the board's own policies and documented longstanding precedent. Suspending our HIM and criminal justice programs, for example, without allowing the board to weigh in, does not allow our publicly elected officials to follow their own policy and fulfill their duty and commitment to our students and the people of Lane County. These are substantive changes. Let us, the stakeholders, weigh in and let our board follow its democratic process so that we can continue to be our community's college. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paula Tony is next. Following is Beth Shepard.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for being here and listening to our concerns. I have brought a handout about the portfolio review process that may not be the right handout, but I think it conveys the spirit of what I'm trying to communicate. Thank you for listening to our concerns tonight. The sense of urgency and pressure to act immediately are red flags, like with financial scams. You are being pressured to approve cuts. Wise processes have been bypassed. We're not just afraid of losing our jobs. We're angry that LCC's integrity is being jeopardized. I have questions. Why a 1.2% tuition increase when the last 3 years tuition rose by 5%, 4%, and 3%? Is this budget crisis real or fabricated? If cuts are needed, why not act carefully and deliberately? Some of you don't want to micromanage the president. You say it's operational. I would respectfully suggest that the board has a responsibility to speak when the college administration is rushing and bypassing processes. 3 years ago, LCC's Institutional Effectiveness Committee outlined a portfolio review process. Gather data from programs in the fall. Review and share out data, ask for inputs, make recommendations in winter, and spring. The cabinet reviews recommendations, suggests changes with rationale, changes are communicated to campus, cabinet listens, makes updates, sends the list to the board. This sounds like a wonderful way to proceed. We have heard no rationale for the termination of the LPN program, the 100 sections cut in the fall, and now the cuts to the criminal justice and HIM programs. All were enacted hastily and without stakeholder input. Program coordinators were informed of changes after students were contacted. The budget listening sessions are no substitute for a deliberative process. The thought exchange tool is like tweeting into a void. The budget development subcommittee did not have the information it needed in a timely manner. Real dialogue and transparency build trust. The current process is damaging both morale and the college itself. You are responsible to our students and our community. This is a crisis. Thank you.
Next, we have Beth Shepard, and we did have someone come on online named Sequoia. We can enter.
Perfect. Sequoia, you'll be next. Welcome.
Thank you. We need the LCC Printing and Graphics Department. My name is Beth Shepard, and I teach in our Chinookwawa language program. And the Printing and Graphics program is essential for my classes. They make our course packets for sale in the bookstore. They print our classroom materials and assessments. Their system is affordable, easy to use, and seamlessly integrated with class systems. Why would we want to get rid of such a good thing? Printing and graphics is all this for many departments, but it's especially essential for an Indigenous language that's not taught at any other college, because we create all our own materials. There's nothing to buy from outside. We'd have to get them all printed elsewhere. Printing and Graphics also produces our beautiful annual capstone magazines that the students create. We print copies for authors, for the college, for tribes, and for other supporters. We love printing the magazine in-house and have had a wonderful experience collaborating with Printing and Graphics. Faculty have been told over the years that we save a lot of money when we make handouts with Printing and Graphics rather than using departmental copy machines. I know that we save a lot of money by not paying someone else to print these magazines. We save a lot. It seems like closing the department would not save the college money. It doesn't make sense to close LCC's Printing and Graphics department. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have our online commenter, Sequoia, and following is Esther Ophirgle.
Bring Sequoia online. Sequoia, we're working to bring you online. Okay. We'll try to come back. Yeah. No, they declined again? Okay. Okay, gotcha.
All right, next we have Esther Ophirgle.
Welcome. When you're ready.
Okay. When I'm ready? Okay. Hello to the board. I've been a part-time faculty at LCC and moved to Oregon 10 years ago when my husband, Kevin O'Farrell, was hired to head the criminal justice program. Recently, the school was informed the program was being suspended and Kevin's job with it. The CJ program has been a part of Lane for 60 years, almost as long as the school has. The reason for cutting it is presumably financial. In truth, the criminal justice program brings in about $100,000 annually. And even last year, when some classes couldn't be offered, CJ brought in about $80,000 profit. A suspended program is supposed to allow teaching out to students already in the program so they can earn their degrees. But the administration sent emails to all CJ students encouraging them to go to other schools for their CJ degrees or to get jobs without completing their educations, undermining the state's teach out requirement. They did so without notifying either Kevin or the dean of his department beforehand. He was told by a student. Kevin is a veteran, a former law enforcement professional, and an educator with 30 years of experience teaching criminal justice, not to mention a now late-in-life teacher with just 7 more years to earn his retirement. Please consider the actual numbers, requirements, and reasoning before you decide against him continuing his work supporting students as head of the CJ program at Lane. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kevin O'Farrell, and following is March Heltzer.
Welcome.
Good evening, members of the board, President Bolger. I'm Kevin O'Farrell. I'm the coordinator of the criminal justice program here at Lane. I knew I wasn't going to be able to speed read my way through all of the things that are wrong with this proposal. And I'll say the entire proposal, not just the proposal to suspend the criminal justice program, but obviously I'm here to talk specifically about that. So that is why I prepared as much as I could on the short notice that I had, a summary of what I think are the most significant points that you should be aware of before you actually vote on this matter. And I will spend the minute I have left to share just two things that took me aback. They both come out of a letter that was sent to the students of the criminal justice program. And that letter informed students that the criminal justice program was already suspended. The truly disappointing thing in there, and which I think borders on professional malpractice, is that they encouraged students in the program to consider dropping out of college. I think that's a strange thing for a college administration to do. The other point that I want to make is they indicated that they made this decision after conducting a review, and I'm here to tell you the college conducted no such review. I am the only person on campus that has ever conducted a review of this of the criminal justice program. And the numbers that you received today that I just got a look at on graduation rates and wages are incorrect. And I would encourage you to think about why you should trust information that they are providing you that is incorrect, and what value a criminal justice professional like myself, who is aware of why those numbers are correct, could, the context that I could provide you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have March Heltzer. Following is Matt Svoboda.
Welcome.
Good evening, President Bolger and members of the board.
My name is Mara Telzer, anthropology instructor. I am here to respectfully ask that you take time to consider what would be lost if the criminal justice program is eliminated. First is revenue. Cutting the program could result in a loss of up to $100,000 a year. Second, the person running it. Kevin O'Farrell holds degrees in criminal justice and history. He has taught criminal justice, history, and anthropology at the university level. His strong liberal arts background makes Lane's CJ program highly unique and highly desired. Please recognize that the criminal justice program is not designed to just train cops, as you've heard earlier tonight. It's a foundation for a broad range of careers in areas such as juvenile corrections, law enforcement, the courts, records, public safety, and more. In the program, students learn to write, to practice ethical reasoning and empathy, and to think critically. If you ask any criminal justice professional in our community, they will tell you they want and need educated applicants. Kevin has worked tirelessly to enhance the program he took over. This is evident in his academic program reviews, which I encourage you all to read, and his commitment to his students. Eliminating the program would be a huge loss to our college, our students, and our community. Please reconsider this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Matt Svoboda. Following is Tom Madison.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, board. Hello, President Bolger. My name is Matt Svoboda. I teach in music. I want to say a statement about printing and graphics. Printing and graphics assists the music department on a daily basis and is critical to our operations. We rely on printing and graphics to provide cost-effective layout and printing for 17 concert programs a year, course packets, tests, homework, worksheets, posters, flyers, and scores for our music ensembles that are purchased digitally and need to be printed to be used by students. Most of the printing needs we have can't be reproduced on a copy machine, and we won't be able to effectively function without printing and graphics services. I'll also add that the staff at Printing and Graphics can turn around a project quickly, often on the same day, and have consistently provided quality, first-rate service with a smile. I'm very grateful for that. They are real team players who are essential to our program's success. Please consider keeping Printing and Graphics.
Thank you.
Next, we have Tom Madison. Following is Sam Gabo.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Board members, President Bolger, colleagues, my name is Tom Madison, and I am the faculty coordinator for the graphic design program. I've been at Lane for over 20 years and have been in leadership role in the graphic design program for 17 years. As many of you know, the graphic design program has enjoyed a lot of success over the years, everything from national awards to well-placed grads, and most importantly, as a local economic driver with 92% of our grads employed right here in Eugene. For reasons of time, I will not go further into the program, but just to establish that baseline, there are a lot of components that make for a successful program, and it is important that I make it very clear that one of the key components of our success is tied directly to printing and graphic services on campus. Using funds from student fees, our students are able to utilize P&G right next door to the visual arts building where GD is taught and get both quick turnaround and experiential learning about the actual GD workflow from digital to printing without concern for a student's economic status. Without them, students would need to have the means to travel to an off-site location and a way to pay for those services, both of which are barriers to their education as well as creates inequity, separating students into those who have and those who have not the means to do so. Printing and graphics is invaluable to the graphic design program, and without their services, the program would face certain decline in the quality of education that students receive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sam Gabo. Following is Amy Beasley.
Welcome.
Good evening. I've attended a handful of board meetings during my past 16 years teaching health here at Lane, usually under threat of impending doom once again. However, I think it's time that the board hears some good things and what we would like to be focusing our time and energy on. I'd like to share some amazing accomplishments of my students during this past winter term. Granted, these are not the types of accomplishments that show up on transcripts, practical exams, or transfer applications, nor do they appear on any data sets or analysis of college success. In reality, they are far more important as they help to shape the fabric of our community. Here's a brief sampling. This term, I had one student that quit vaping, one that did a social media cleanse for a month, a couple students who volunteered to help raise awareness of human trafficking in our area, some of it on this campus, another that took a self-defense class with our amazing campus safety department led by Officer Curtis Oliver, which gave her the confidence to leave her home after dark for the first time in over a year following an assault. One that sought treatment for pornography addiction, one that received their CPR certification. Another attended their very first AA meeting. A mom who created a drug education pamphlet for her child's school, one that made the decision to close their OnlyFans account, and one student who sought out local resources that helped her decide to continue with an unexpected pregnancy. And last but not least, many students, they connected with their peers and made friends. This is what we want to be focusing on. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker.
Next, we have Amy Beasley. Following is Sarah Pittman.
Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Amy Beasley. I'm reading this statement on behalf of Trenton Sinclair, who couldn't be here this evening. Good evening, and thank you to the esteemed board members and President Bolger. In solidarity with my faculty colleagues, fellow course-embedded tutors, and students, I urge you to preserve the non-teaching faculty position that coordinates the course-embedded tutoring program. My name is Trenton, and I began as a student at Lane Community College, and since 2023 have worked as both a staff tutor and a course-embedded tutor. I have seen firsthand how this program strengthens student learning and builds meaningful connections within the classroom. Speaking from the perspective of a student, I would want to see a CET in all of my classes, especially STEM-based classes. CETs don't just help with course content. We create bridges between students, faculty, and academic support systems. In courses with embedded tutors, students are more engaged, more confident, and in my experience, more likely to succeed. This success does not happen on its own. It depends on consistent, dedicated coordination, training tutors, collaborating with faculty, and ensuring the program runs smoothly. Without this non-teaching faculty role, the program's quality and impact are at risk. Our students deserve continued access to a program that clearly works. That's the end of Trenton's statement. Personally, I would like to add this. As someone who's worked with a course-embedded tutor in my online writing classes for years, I can tell you that I lean so heavily on the support that they offer to struggling students. More and more, there just is not time to provide the kind of individualized support that each student needs. I am positive that there are students who have persisted and succeeded in my classes because of the CET's presence. Administrative oversight is not enough. The tutors know how to do this because of the critical pedagogical and curricular guidance and coordination that the faculty role provides. If we lose this position, this program just cannot be the same, and we will therefore also lose many of our most vulnerable students. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sarah Pittman, and following is Claire Dannenbaum.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board and President Bolger. Many of you have received emails from me outlining my program. I'm the course embedded tutor, faculty coordinator. My position has been recommended for reduction or elimination. I want to take some time just to speak to you about the scope that this amazing program has and the national importance that this program has actually received. What began as a small pilot in the fall of 2023 has grown to a cross-campus effort reaching more than 12,800 students across 642 sections. CET places trained peer tutors directly in the classroom, making support immediate, approachable, and built into learning experience for many students, those especially balancing work, family, and other challenges, Lane students. This is the difference between struggling in isolation and getting help early enough to succeed. We consistently hear from students that have CET in the classroom that this makes support feel accessible and relevant. It helps them engage more deeply, build confidence, and stay on track in some of the most challenging and high impact courses. That kind of support directly contributes to persistence, retention, and completion, key drivers of managed enrollment growth. CET creates meaningful employment for our students. Each term, 15 to 20 peer tutors, those are LCC students, develop leadership and professional skills. They work closely with faculty members. This peer-to-peer model fosters a more inclusive and supportive institutional climate, one where students feel like they belong. This work has also brought innovation and grant opportunities to Lane. More importantly, this cannot happen without coordination. As we think about Lane's priorities, strengthening fiscal conditions, supporting enrollment growth, and fostering a strong institutional climate, CET is already doing that work. Maintaining the coordination behind this ensures that this momentum is not lost and clearly making a difference to our students. I thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Claire Dannenbaum. Following is Jim Salt.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Claire Dannenbaum. I'm a librarian here at Lane. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Recently, I watched a series of webinars by the Othering and Belonging Institute at UC Berkeley. The Othering and Belonging Institute is a leader in examining, developing, and training people in new approaches to structural inequality as it informs policymaking, organizations, learning environments, and how we live and work. One goal of their work is helping organizations understand how some groups maintain more access to power, resources, decision-making, and rights than other groups. When inequities are baked into systems, they become structural othering. Over time, othering seems natural or just the way things are. I learned that othering is not only an impediment to organizational success, it's actually a path to moral failure. Everyone here can identify some glaring moral failures in the United States right now. It's easy to see the fundamental reliance on othering to the extreme. I have seen and felt othering as a librarian here at Lane. The RIF underway is only one example. I see it in a lack of transparency and unilateral decision-making, often without primary stakeholders or disciplinary experts in consultation. I see it in how some programs are held up as exemplary, while others are starved of resources or just ignored. I see it in communication that is tone deaf, sidelining issues not seen as strategic to the mission. I see it in how we rarely commit to finding common ground when change is necessary. Listening sessions are used to communicate foregone conclusions. In any case, belonging doesn't happen magically. It requires real work for both those who hold power and for those seeking the resources and responsibilities. Many people speaking tonight are concerned about specific programs. I'm concerned about the ongoing practice of privilege. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Jim Salt, and following is Kathy Walters.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, all. Three things. First, late this afternoon, I sent an email to the board, as I had promised to do previously, that included was a copy of the report that I had sent to the administration last fall, specifically to the budget office, to Jonathan Campbell, with my findings regarding a fundamental claim that went into the projection of the initial budget deficit that started this whole ball rolling, showing that a key component of that assumption going into that projection was fundamentally false. The assumption essentially was that the step increases we're going to raise the total cost of salaries by 4% because they're 4%, as I document, and I encourage you to read it closely. If anyone wants to see the actual data, I'd be happy to follow that as well, send that as well. I did receive, as I noted, confirmation from Jonathan confirming that my analysis was correct. He also responded by providing a new explanation for why, nonetheless, the projection should be maintained, and I provided analysis of that. I would note on this first point that beginning to see a pattern of, starting with this and ending up through, say, arguments that, well, we need to do this because we might lose money from the state community college support fund, and yet that no longer, is a concern, but the plan never changes. And my concluding point on that is that if the explanations for something continue to change, but the plan never does, it appears to be more pretext than it does explanation, and it should make us wonder what the real reasoning is. The second point I will make is that the analysis of the savings that should come from these proposed budget cuts regarding programs typically leaves out a fundamental factor, which is the income that these programs bring in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kathy Walters, and following is Christina Howard.
I'll pass those out for you.
Demonstrate that I haven't lost my educator skills and
Thank you.
this is an attachment that was in the email that I sent out on Tuesday, which I just all had read. And this is just giving you another copy of the attachment. My name's Kathleen Walters, and I'm happy to be able to speak tonight. I have just retired last June, but I was 10 years involved with the HIM program. And I kind of want to start off by something that always stuck with me. And I was business before I was healthcare, but I have many years in healthcare. And Ursula Burns, she was the CEO of Xerox, and she is a native New Yorker. So I definitely identified with that. And she had this great saying regarding data. And she said, yeah, anybody can have data. It's meaningful data. Okay. And so data is the lifeblood of HIM. Health information management is the core and the structure of data in healthcare. So I suspect that everybody in this room has looked as an explanation of benefits. They've gotten it from their insurance company. All right. And when something in nursing happens, and I'm a nurse, it always was the great adage, if it's not documented, it's not done. And so when we look at health information and all of the health information and data that crosses through, it's meaningful data. That was a criteria for the stimulus package from the ARA, architecture that was done for electronic health records. So when something is documented incorrectly, then it's coded incorrectly, then it's billed incorrectly, and insurance companies kick it back. There's a denial. And the last thing that I want to say is that within HIM, for many, many years, I talked to the 5 different deans that were in the first 5 years in health professions about the interprofessional collaboration and the interdisciplinary aspect that every program in health professions needs to learn about health information management. Everybody touches that electronic health record, everybody documents, and everybody deals with direct patient care. We are the one that is the least expensive in the health professions. We have no clinical data, clinical costs of any kind. So I would ask that you reread my email that I was sent and take a look at this sheet and reconsider your decision to sunset another program at Lane Community College. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Christina Howard, and following is Rick Riordan.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Christina, and I'm the program coordinator for the Physical Therapist Assistant Program here at Lane. I'm here to speak about the proposed elimination of the Health Information Management Program. I recognize that many programs and services are affected by the proposals, and I'm speaking from my perspective within the health professions, with over 18 years at the college and the longest tenure as a program coordinator in health professions. I bring experience in workforce partnerships, accreditation standards, program outcomes, and innovation. We have seen this pattern before. Programs like emergency medical services, medical assisting, respiratory care, and licensed practical nursing were once proposed for elimination. In each case, faculty and community partners demonstrated their value. Today, those programs are thriving or being rebuilt to meet workforce needs. HIM deserves that same level of scrutiny. The administration states that HIM enrollment and workforce demand are limited. However, available data, available in your responses to information requests, indicate that the HIM careers are high wage and high demand, with nearly 200 projection openings locally over the next decade. Program data also show improvement. Enrollment is increasing, capacity is up, and student success exceeds 89%. The curriculum and program have been updated to meet KHIM standards. The program has also demonstrated measurable progress through the college's own portfolio review process. Taken together, this is a program that is stabilizing and improving. Notably, criteria used to support closure have been generally communicated to the board in response to Member Mattal's information request. Yet the benchmarks and an audit trail of that analysis has not been provided as evidence to the students, program faculty and staff, the Health Professions Division, or to the board. Without transparency in benchmarks and success thresholds, the recommendation to close the program cannot be reconciled. I urge you to review the data carefully and ensure decisions are transparent and evidence-based. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Rick Riordan, and following is Jenny Gay.
Welcome.
Good evening, members of the board and President Bolger. My name is Rick Riordan. I am the HIM program coordinator. Suspending a program based on incomplete data is like treating a patient without reviewing their record. The intention may be to help, but the result causes harm. Harm, in this case, to students, the institution, the community. I'm here to ask you to rescind the suspension of the HIM program based on these facts. First, our enrollment. We have 101 students enrolled in our classes and 31 student FTEs. We are this Oregon's second largest HIM program. We've seen a 31% increase in capacity, nearly 90% student success rate, and 100% RHIT exam pass rate. Contrary to the 3 graduates figure that was cited at the March 18th board meeting, we've actually had 12 graduates across our certificates and our AAS degrees. Second, financials. This is a fully online revenue generating program. HIM specific tuition, state revenue and fees exceeded $375,000. This produced a net positive margin of over $34,000. The college has already spent $12,000 in non-recoverable accreditation fees for a site visit in 2 months. Suspending the program now wastes that funding. Workforce demand. AI is not eliminating HIM jobs, it's increasing the demand for skills in compliance, auditing, and data governance. Already our students are working with Oregon Cancer Registry and local insurers. Finally, I'm concerned about the process. There have been agreements reached with Central Oregon College, Klamath Community College, and the application portal closed without any prior explanation. This causes governance issues and harm to students.
Finish your thought, please.
Please reconsider suspension of the HIM program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jenny Gay, and following is Nikki Lee.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, board and president. I'm curious if anyone here is feeling a little bit of stress or tension. I know that I am. So what I'd like to do is actually teach you one of the techniques I use in my employee wellness classes for stress reduction. So I'm going to ask for everyone to join in and play along with me. Yes, our audience participation is expected here in the outflow room and watching from home, whether that's now or on the replay. So we're going to turn our heads slightly to the right. Use the same hand, your right hand, and cross over and put your two fingers right underneath your earlobe. From here, there's a rope-like structure that travels down your collarbone. With pressure, we're going to slowly follow this structure halfway down the neck and make 5 small circles with your fingers. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now continue down slowly until you reach the collarbone. We're going to repeat it for a second pass. So 2 fingers below the earlobe, slide slowly down the neck to the middle, small circles for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and finish all the rest of the way down. Now the last pass is just glide your fingers down continuously in one motion until you hit the collarbone. So then just feel, do you see any difference between your two sides? We do, don't we? All right, let's go to the other side. So turn to the left. 2 fingers from the left hand is underneath the earlobes. We're going to slowly work down till we hit the middle, halfway. Small circles, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then continually slow down all the way to the collarbone. Repeat past 2. So earlobes, move your way down till you're halfway. Small circles, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and continue down. And the last time is just a steady pressure from the top to the bottom. And just reflect now on how you feel. So thank you all for playing along with me, and thank you for your time. There is a letter of support in the employee wellness coordination, which is being cut as part of the health and PE part of the mitigation plan in your board packets. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Nikki Lee, and following is Janet Ayers.
Isn't Jenny great? She's the reason I'm here, part of the
Welcome.
reason. Good evening, everyone. My name is Nikki Lee, and I serve as Recruitment and Retention Systems Coordinator at Lane Community College. And I'm here to speak in support of the Printing and Graphics program and the Employee Wellness program because both are essential to the daily life and long-term health of our campus. Nearly every building and almost every office you walk into contains materials created or produced by printing and graphics, from flyers and instructional materials and promotional pieces and important notices. Their work supports how we communicate and operate. Even in digital age, the printed materials remain critical. They help us reach students in accessible, inclusive ways, especially those who may not be consistently connected to digital platform. If we are committed to access, equity, and inclusion, these services are not optional, they are foundational. I personally had excellent experiences using printing and graphic services. There may be opportunity to promote these services more broadly to the surrounding community, bringing in additional revenue while continuing to support campus needs if cost is an issue. And I've worked at Lane for over 10 years, and I'm deeply grateful for Employee Wellness Program. It has helped me feel that I'm not just an employee, but a person whose well-being matters. Through fitness classes, support groups, and coaching sessions, I've built meaningful connections with colleagues and strengthened my resilience. This program doesn't just benefit individuals, it fosters a culture of care and community that makes people want to stay and contribute to Lane. There is a Chinese idiom called 削足适履, which means cutting the feet to fit the shoes. It's a warning against making short-term adjustments that create long-term harm. I respectfully urge you to consider the broader impact of these proposed cuts. These programs are not extra. They are part of what makes Lane function effectively and care for its people. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next, we have Janet Ayers, and following is Melinda Beery.
To push
Next, we have Melinda Beery. Following is our last speaker of the night, Eric Kim.
Welcome.
Yes. And my name is actually Melinda Bean, not Beery. It's probably my writing was hard to read. I'm part of social science here on campus. I teach psychology. And I'm here just to comment. I think the people before me have really explained very well about the values of the programs that are being cut and about the value of having a course embedded tutor coordinator. And I agree with them. And one of the reasons that I came to speak is that when I came back from spring break, I was with my neighbors, and they came to me and they were asking me, well, why is Lane cutting these programs? And in particular, they mentioned the criminal justice program, because they felt like it was really, really, really important at this particular point in time to have something very positive going on to train the people that are going to be working out in the community in criminal justice. And honestly, I didn't have an answer for them because I don't quite understand. I've spent a lot of time trying to understand all the budget things and all the different financial things, but that's a little bit out of my realm of expertise for sure. And as much time as I spent trying to figure it out, it kept changing and I had a hard time. But I do know from a broader perspective that it's really important to consider what people out in the community are thinking about what we're doing here. And as a professional who works at LCC as a teacher, me not being able to explain to them the things that were going on was a little hard to manage. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And our final speaker of the night is Eric Kim.
Good evening, Layton Community College Board of Education, Dr. Bolger, SGA President Olson. My name's Eric Kim. Why is it that people need little evidence to believe a lie and lots of evidence to accept something as true? There are many threads in the tapestry of explanations. One involves the representativeness heuristic. The representativeness heuristic is a shortcut in decision-making where we judge the likelihood of an event based on how well it matches our mental representation. If it matches our mental representation, we're likely to believe it. If it doesn't match our mental representation, we are unlikely to believe it. If you claim to encounter aliens with gray bodies, bald head, and black eyes, people are likely to believe you because it matches their mental representation of an alien. If you claim to encounter aliens with a cow head, dressed in a sequin shirt, and want to debate which is better, Star Wars or Star Trek, people are unlikely to believe you because it doesn't match their mental representation of an alien. Evaluating claims is difficult. It requires background knowledge, training, practice, and feedback. Instead of thinking critically, we switch and answer an easier question. How well does it match my mental representation? Learning about the representativeness heuristic as a student is important because if something doesn't match our mental representation, we're unlikely to believe it or remember it. It takes extra effort to remember information inconsistent with our mental representations. Psychologists have found that persistent gamblers are more likely to remember their losses than their wins. This is counterintuitive and doesn't match our mental representations. Remembering this is going to take effort, time, and attention. Claims that match our mental representation are comforting. It makes us feel good. We don't have to change. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and that concludes public comment. All right, that concludes public comment for now. And we will now take a quick bio break, give everyone a chance to get together here. We will come back at 7:40. 7:40. All right, test, test, test. Yep, you can hear me? All right, fantastic. We'll now be returning to the board meeting and we'll be moving on to the reports section of the board agenda. We will start off with the Student Government Association report. The first report agenda will be presented by our student government representative, President Cole.
I do have a real quick question, Chair. I was
yes.
wondering for the purpose of, thank you, for the purpose of helping students, because I know a lot of them have to be catching the buses before they leave and moving this along. I was curious if we could begin work on the action item, most specifically the budget mitigation plan, because I know that pertains to students and a lot of the people in this room.
Gotcha. That would require a motion and a second to revise the agenda to move the action item before the reports. Do we have a motion for that?
I'll move to do that.
Excellent. We got a motion by Julie.
Yeah, and I'll second. I think that's a good idea.
All right. Thank you for the suggestion.
Thank you.
Been moved and seconded. Would you, any discussion, Julie?
I'm making the motion on his behalf, so if you'd like to speak to that, go for it.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just think it's important that we cover this mitigation plan because it sounds like we're trying to plan to end exactly at 10 o'clock. And for the sake of time for everybody in this room, for the many members of faculty and the classified union who are here and the students that are present.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of moving the action item before the reports signify by saying aye.
I have a clarifying question.
Sorry. Before the vote, we had a clarifying question. Go
Moving
ahead.
the reports to after the action items or the action items ahead? Should we go through the consent agenda and then the action item? We should probably move reports to number 4 would be and the other 2 up rather than.
Gotcha. So we can move, and consent agenda is technically an action item. So I don't think we need to amend the motion to do that. So we can move those items up, the action item and the consent agenda up, and then we can move to the reports. Is everyone clear on that aspect of the motion? Good. All right. Yeah, just making sure everyone's clear. All those in favor for moving the action items, including the consent agenda, to up in the agenda, then move on to reports, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Any abstentions? All right. The first action item is the consent agenda, so we will go ahead and move to that. Is there anything in the consent agenda that you would like to have questions or remove?
I'd like to pull items D, E, F, and G.
D, G, F, and E.
D, E, F, and G.
D, E, F, and G. Perfect. Thank you. All right. Those have been removed. Any other items to be removed or have questions? Seeing none? All those in favor of approving the consent, okay. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Any abstentions? All right. Board Member Mulholland, you pulled these items. You want to start in alphabetical order?
Just at the last board meeting, I mentioned an interest in meeting as a subcommittee to talk through these proposals and what the practical implications of each of them would be. If there were others that were interested in doing that, I'd be happy to volunteer for a subcommittee and we could vote on this in a month, in which case I'd ask that we table these items. If everyone else is fine with moving forward, I'll just go ahead and abstain tonight. Thanks.
Okay. So would you like to make that motion to table for the purposes of exploring an ad hoc committee?
Are there 2 people that would actually want to do it with me? If not, then I'll just move on.
I mean, I'm willing.
There's 1. Okay, not seeing another, I'll go ahead and not make the motion.
Okay, gotcha. Let's see, probably the most efficient way, since he pulled all of them at the same time, we can make a motion to approve all 4 of them at the same time. So, yeah, okay, perfect. Is there a motion to approve these 4 consent agenda items? Julie?
I'll move to approve the 4 agenda items that were removed from the consent agenda.
Perfect, thank you. Do we have a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
All right. It's been motioned and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Any abstentions? Oh, 1 abstention. Thank you. The consent agenda and all of its items have been approved. We'll now move on to the budget mitigation plan approval. This is the only action item for tonight for the 27 budget mitigation plan approval. And President Bulger, will you please introduce them?
Yes, while I'm introducing this topic, I think Kara Flath is going to come to the table. I just want to rewind a little bit for the board. January 7th is when the board approved the 3-year mitigation plan. Then March 4th, the board approved the plan summary for the fiscal year 27 mitigation strategies as well. There's also, since that time, our collective bargaining has ended, and for both in both of our unions, and the board has approved the tentative agreements for both LCCEF and LCCA. All of those actions have given the college the direction to move forward with the planning and implementation of those decisions so that we are planning and developing a fiscal year 27 budget. So with that introduction, I will turn it over to Kara Flath, and there is a slide deck.
Hello. Thanks for your time. And of course, we want to acknowledge the impact this has on all of the people in the college. The challenges to make any adjustments to this budget when you have 85% of your budget dedicated to personnel. It's hard to not have an impact on personnel. So I just want to acknowledge that. We understand that there is no scenario where people are going to support cutting areas in these really challenging times. So I appreciate all the work that you all are doing and the work in the college community and the people that have been here, and appreciate that. So as President Bulger already discussed, one of the questions we talked about in the work session, and I'm looking over here, was how do we get from 3 million to 4.2 million? Because initially we did talk about 4.4 million, 400,000 was associated with what we talked about with bargaining agreements, and then 1 million was the state cuts. The change since then has been the change in the tuition rate to go from 3.3 to 1.2 is about 600,000. The bargaining agreements we had talked about during the time that we went through that was 450,000. And then there is a small adjustment. We needed to add more for part-time for the aviation program. So that was about 100,000, and that's in the information request. So I just wanted to cover that piece. So we're still talking about the same buckets and the same things that we talked about in the work session. Certainly provide some questions at the end. If you'll go to the next slide, this is a recap. We're at 4.2 million. Net reduction of 20.5 FTE, and I keep using this 7.5 repurpose because it's just a term. I didn't want to get into contractual terms, but they're looking at qualifications of faculty to teach other particular courses. So that's working through the process, and that will be determined as they get through that. The area is operations, 2.2 million, support services is 1 million, and academic programs is about 982,000. Next slide. Just to recap, these are the areas in the operations. Staffing consolidation, talked about it's across campus, various roles, classified positions, there's 11 of those. The consolidation of managers, there's 3 positions in there. Printing and graphics has been a discussion today. That is 3 classified positions and 200,000. The 200,000 is a net cost. The cost of the program is a little more, so we anticipate that some things will cost more. So that's a net savings that we're estimating for that program. The reclassifications of deans to directors position, that's estimated at 30,000. So that's this particular bucket. I'll get through to the end, and then I'm sure you have questions. Area 2, next slide. This $1 million. Support services, the Willamette Restorative Dental Clinic, that's 320,000. We talked about the health clinic, not just closing the health clinic or changing the student fee for the health clinic, but it's sustaining its own operations within the student fee, and we anticipate that service level remaining the same. With that student fee, we run the cost scenarios for next year, and it is expected to break even if enrollment continues to grow what we think it is, which is the 2%. Library and tutoring services, 323,000. So that's this bucket for this year. Next page. Academic programs, 982,000. Alignment of course offerings. It's a variety of areas intended to focus on transferable coursework, improve scheduling, and have faculty teaching as many courses as possible. The second one, program suspensions, health information management, criminal justice program we've heard today. And the last page is really a summary of what we're looking at. Just giving you a recap. There's a lot more position in the lot more of information in the other sections. So the last page, this is the proposed motion we're looking at. We move forward with including this in our 27 proposed budget that will get to the budget committee in about 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. So now I'm sure there's questions.
Any questions from the board? Kevin?
The wheels are still turning. Give me a moment.
Okay, no worries. Zach?
You could respond to the questions I had regarding the responses to information requests. If you could walk us through those numbers regarding how many students are enrolled in each program, the expected salaries, and just how many students are in each program.
Kara, before you do that, and as Shelley is coming up, Dr. Tinkham, just one clarification on the document that you have in the packet. This is the document. It starts AAS Criminal Justice Program. I'd like to point out, it was brought to my attention that the last couple of pages refer to the HIM program. That might be helpful to you. So am I right about that? Okay. And so you can see the program codes are different. So if you look in parentheses, and you'll see the program code on the first page is 4445, but then you look at the second page, program code 6397. And so the 6397 program is the HIM program. Am I correct about that?
It's mislabeled in the packet.
Correct.
Okay, that's helpful. So those are the graduation numbers for the HIM program.
Correct. And President Bolger, I just wanted to add, the numbers are correct. The table was simply mislabeled.
And then at the bottom of page 4, can you, what are those numbers?
I need to, I'll need to take a look.
Just clarify, page 4 of the information request or the, that, okay. This says page 4, which is here.
Trustee Mulholland, which page 4 are you looking at?
It's the backside of the HIM program. It says AAS HIM program code 6397. It's the backside of that. Would you like to take mine?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Jesse.
Yes, this is data that was pulled yesterday by our IR department. And that gives you the employment per your request. And if I can walk you through the HMI completions, beginning in 2020, you'll see that there were 6 completions. And then most recently in 2025, there was 3. We did not include the certificates there because it's a embedded cert. So as the students complete the program, they're awarded a certification in process. There was 1 cert awarded last year in HIM. And that information may be duplicated, but we only we provided the information that the board requested. And I know that there was some concerns about the certs not showing up.
Okay, and on the bottom of the next page, there's AAS Health Info MANA cutoff, AAS 5397, AAS 6397, subtotal by AAS Health Info Management, and there's a bunch of numbers next to it, but there's no headers. Can you just describe what those columns are?
Okay. It's straight data. It's straight data. I'm going to go to, I think what happened is that this information was cut and pasted from an Excel document. And if you give me a second, I can open up the Excel document.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Move to others. Well,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Kevin, yep, you got a question?
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
President Bolger, VP Flath mentioned a time date that you're hoping to get the budget. I may be using the wrong words, budget document to the budget committee. So I do have a question about that.
Sure.
I will just lean over here and just awkwardly talk over them, which is okay with me.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
So what we need to do is we have less than 2 weeks to prepare all the documents and get them to our budget committee so they have time. We are meeting the 3rd week in April to start our budget committee sessions.
Follow-up question. If the board, for whatever reason, delayed that process, what would be the effects?
Well, we are legally required to get through our budget committee process and have an adopted budget before the end of June. So you will have to change the entire schedule.
Thank you.
Steve?
I think maybe Shelley's ready to answer Jack's question.
So I'm taking a look at the document that I have that I forwarded, and I'm going to ask Keith to go ahead and, if it's okay, to answer this question, because I think what happened when I forwarded it over, it was cut and paste improperly. And so if Keith, can you go ahead and address that issue?
And my apologies to the board. We had a few files going back and forth because that information request came in pretty much last minute. This is the next to last version document you all received. That's why that's a mistake in labeling on page 3. Should be Health Information Management Secretary Process. It's got the correct program code, just the incorrect label. And the bottom of page 4 and bottom of page 5 in your printout, stray data from old enrollment numbers that we're using as part of that process. So that can just be ignored. I apologize to the board for that.
Yeah. Just to clarify, this is page 5?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
so these annual enrollment numbers these were annual enrollment numbers, but they're wrong?
Those are partial old annual enrollment numbers from a different data set.
Okay. Do we know what the estimated annual enrollment is in these programs?
Yes, I have the information here in front of me. The FTE that we had for last year, that's full-time equivalent for criminal justice, is 23.8 FTE. HIM is 27 FTE.
And do we have any thoughts on what it would take for those programs to be viable? Or what's the minimum size of other viable programs?
Like I said, in the information request, based on when we got that information, we are not able to answer that question at this time, and we'll make it available in May. To that level of specificity, I cannot give that to you right now.
Okay. Just last question on this was, there's talk tonight during public comment about a portfolio review process. Can you describe that process and how
I would be delighted to. I developed it 3 years ago when I first came here to Lane Community College. It's a process by which we produce data. The data that I'm reporting to you right now is the data that came from that review from this academic year. We review our programs every year. Actually, we review our programs every year. We take a look at a number of indicators. Keith works very closely in that process. If you recall, last year, we eliminated energy management through that process, and we reported that to you in May. So we are still involved in that process right now. What we had to do with our budget mitigation process, I mean, these are really difficult decisions. We're taking a look at programs that, these are not the fault of anyone. We're at a point where we need to cut $4.2 million. Both the CJ program and the HIM program, where both of them showed up last year having some indicators that needed some attention. And while it is true that the HIM program has improved its enrollment is such that it's graduating very few students. It is not producing very much FTE. The program is incredibly expensive because we need to have 2 full-time faculty members employed in that program because of KHEM professional accreditation standards. So when we were taking a look and making suggestions, we did determine that there are 4 KHEM approved programs in the state of Oregon, a state of 4 million people. In Washington, a state of 8 million, there are 3 programs. And so what we're trying to do is we are trying to make sure that we can continue to offer these programs. We have suspended both programs. What that means is we are not admitting any more students at this point in time. The HIM program, we have developed a teach out agreement. NWCCU has approved that. We have gotten a letter back that they approve that teach out. We are doing that with Klamath Community College because both of our programs are KHEM accredited. It's almost seamless because the credits line up. I think there was information today saying that things would not transfer, and that's absolutely not true. We would be able to do that with relative ease. Furthermore, as part of that plan, we are developing an articulation agreement so students can start their program here at Lane Community College like they always would, and they can then go ahead and transfer over to KCC in their program, much like what we do. And we talked about this last 2 weeks ago, much that we do with our PTA program with RCC. We offer that program for them. And so what we're trying to do is really think outside of the box here and use our partnerships with other institutions in order to allow students to continue to be able to access this program, but in a different way. So in that way, we're not closing doors. I mean, we are making a change here on our campus, but we're going to be able to continue to offer programming to our students, but through different ways. So when we took that look at this in its totality, yes, we do have the portfolio review process, which I'm incredibly proud of. And we're doing that now as well, but we had to go a step beyond this year in order to be able to make recommendations for budget mitigation.
I'll let others,
Yeah,
I have
yeah.
a follow-up, but I'll let others go.
Excellent. Yeah, we'll come back to that. We'll go with Steve and then President Olson. Go ahead.
First, just a question. I'm having a little difficulty hearing Shelley and perhaps others in the back, especially ours. I feel like the volume, the speakers aren't working, so just.
Yeah, I can't access it for some reason. I can't get this on our college Wi-Fi for some reason.
Well, I can just speak up if that's helpful.
Folks here probably can hear, but my concern is actually folks behind you, perhaps.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I wanted to officially get the motion on the table. So I'd like to move that the board approve the FY 2027 mitigation plan and support the present proceeding with including this plan in the FY 2027 proposed budget to the budget committee.
The motion has been made. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion to amend.
There's been a motion to amend. Is there a second? Yeah.
Can I see the motion on the
Okay, so we have a request for a motion to be placed on the screen.
Before we move into the process.
Totally. I'm going to give you a chance to speak. I just want to make sure that we get the motion on the screen here. Thank you. Go ahead. You can speak to your motion.
Thank you. Well, there's been a lot of discussion and preparation for this. I expect there to be more discussion. I wasn't trying to curtail it once we put the motion out there. There's plenty of opportunity for discussion and questions, so I'm certainly not trying to curtail that. But I'll just say at the outset, my feeling is that as a board member, we're not here, the board is not here to judge the individual merits of program A, B, or C, the 2 programs in particular that are before us today. We're here to look at an overview of process and make sure that processes were followed, that there has been a fair process, that it's been rational, that it meets with our overall values and everything that I have seen, despite, of course, the impacts to individual folks. There's no getting around that. And, and the testimony we heard today, of course, reminds us of that. And the testimony largely, by the way, I'll say, was about program quality and the impacts that individual faculty have had on students current and in the past. And we've heard from some alum whose careers have been taken off as a result of their time in these very programs and other programs. And, that's a credit to the institution and, a point of pride for all of us. But I don't think that's that's not the reason that they're being identified for elimination. It's more because these, what I think, as I understand, is that we do have to make some cuts, and these are thought to be sort of the least impactful to the student body as a whole. And I'm persuaded of that, and that if we were to delay this for any reason, whatever cuts we put in their place would receive, for one, equal amount of feedback from the institute, from the community. It's not like there's some other set out there that everybody prefers, and they would be more severe because they would take place later in the year. The impacts would just simply be greater. We've been made aware of that multiple times. So for those reasons, as a board member, and I encourage other board members to think the same, that our job is not to reach in and make these decisions individually. That's why we hire our professional administrative staff to do that. Ours is to make sure that we're adhering to the policies, and I feel that we have. So I'll leave it at that for now.
And Zach, before you make your motion, I want to make sure that President Olson has a chance to speak. It would have to be a question, though, to the motion, or comment to the motion, if that makes sense. So,
would a comment or a question about the process in which was used to identify these groups?
Perfectly sufficient.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
My question for the process is if student input was collected when evaluating these courses for possible suspension.
Hera, would you like to speak about that? I was not as directly involved in.
My apologies.
It was an audience issue.
It was an audience.
Okay.
I apologize.
I'm going to defer to Kara Flath on this question because she was the individual who was directly responsible for gathering information, and she can speak to that better than I can.
Hi, clarifying question. Are you talking about these two specific programs or as a whole?
I guess both.
I can speak to this plan as a whole. What was discussed are the thought exchange information and then the listening sessions we did across the campus. We had some with students, and you saw we had a few that had low engagement. So I'll say this, the student engagement was largely from student government, largely from some of the listening sessions and discussions. So that's an area we'd certainly love more input on how to get more student engagement. So the thought exchange process has been several folds. We did one initially that talked about where we see the vision of Lane in 3 to 5 years, what seems to be the priority. The next one being what's mission critical to Lane Community College. Through that, we established some criteria. Then the next one is what do you see are potential areas of reductions? We did also have feedback from like budget development subcommittee several years ago, and the chairs, co-chairs had shared some information that was helpful. We used some of that for some of the kind of coordination of activities. And then we did another survey recently where we have a little bit of engagement. That one is still open on what the impacts of these are and how that's felt. So it's through that process. Largely, we do have conversations we've had with College Council. There was not a lot of questions, not a lot of feedback. We do talk with our budget development subcommittee, which has students represented on there as well. So that's the process for this particular piece. The programs, I can ask Shelley.
Oh, so when we look at, potential programs that we may have cut, we looked at this from multiple lenses. One, we looked at, whether or not it was something very special or unique to the community. We took a look at what could be the potential impact on students as well. And that was really the driving force. And so what we have presented of these two academic programs, we think of all the potential cuts, that these would be the least impactful to students. One, because they have alternatives elsewhere. We have a close partner at Klamath Community College who can help us out with this process. And in fact, we're making sure that, students will be well advised, and that the costs won't be any more. And in fact, they're going to be less, because of Klamath's tuition rate is slightly less than ours. And the same with criminal justice. We know that students, when they are expecting to enroll in an AAS program, that's a CTE program, there's an expectation that that leads to an entry-level position. So we want to just make sure that we're really transparent with our students. So all of those were taken in consideration. But to say that, did we directly survey students and say, would you like your program cut? No, that's not necessarily something that we would do. And we also recognize that, students are coming to us because they value those courses, and we want to be able to offer as much as that we can. And I should also state as well, with our plan, that we're still working through the process with our association, but the idea is that we would be retaining some criminal justice courses so that students would still be able to take those courses, just that degree would not be available.
Do
you have a follow-up question?
Just one more clarifying question.
Right.
Do you plan to collect student input about the suspension of these courses?
Input in term, well, we will be working with students who are impacted by these changes. And so in that case, yes, we would be asking them, how we can best serve them, how are we going to assist them with their plans. With criminal justice, for example, we are going to be responsible to teach that out ourselves on our campus, because, we have a longer period of time to do that. And then with the HIM program, we would be doing something very similar. We would be having information session with students as well.
But those have not happened yet.
No, we haven't yet communicated directly to HIM students, because that plan was just approved by the Northwest Commission on Monday. And we're prohibited from communicating until that plan is approved. So that has been approved, and our plan is to communicate as soon as possible. So there's been no direct communication from the college at this point in time for those students. There has been communication from the college. The dean did communicate with criminal justice students, and we're trying to keep students as whole as possible. These decisions are hard. We understand that, and we want to support students on their educational journey.
Zach, you had your hand up? Yep.
Okay. Hopefully there will be more discussion. I'm putting this out there as an initial amendment, but open to changes. There's more I can speak to after I make the motion. So I would like to add at the end of this motion with so I guess I move the board, the motion would be, I move the board approve the FY27 mitigation plan, support the present proceeding with including this plan and the FY 2027 proposed mitigation, proposed budget to the budget committee, with the addition, with program closures to be officially approved by the board, consistent with board policy 3450. Hopefully I got that number right. I'll double check. After a public presentation about the programs and an opportunity for public comment.
It's board policy 4350. 4350.
4350. I believe is right, unless it's 2350, which I will double check right now.
All right.
Now, Mr. Chairman, did you offer a motion
To amend. Yeah, the motion was the motion to amend.
So I would need a second if there were folks that wanted a formal vote on those program closures.
I'll second the motion.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. Zach, you brought the motion. Would you like to speak to it?
Process is important. For over 10 years prior to my time on the board, this board regularly approved program closures as part of its regular process. I think that having those public discussions is an important part of the process. Even if this board in the end does vote to approve those program closures, I think it creates community conversations that can be very beneficial. We have the example of the presenter from the summer where after a year, they ended up bringing a program back specifically because of the hard conversations that they had when they voted to close the program. We've only seen these program cuts literally 2 weeks ago. To do my due diligence, feel like I need more time with the information and to have additional time to ask questions. The public has only known about these proposed program closures for 2 weeks. And we saw this initial, communication that we've seen from the public. I think that it's important that we give the public and the community the opportunity to feel like their voices have been heard as part of this process. And that is actually a really important thing that we can do as a board, is make sure that the community feels like they're heard. I don't know for sure. I could be convinced either way to save these programs or to cut them, but that should be a board decision. That's been a board decision for a long time, and I don't know when that changed or who changed it, but I want to go back to that longstanding practice of the board voting on program closures. So that's my main motion. If there are other folks that want to maybe add things around saving specific student services like course embedded tutoring and how to pay for that, I'm interested in having that conversation too. Thank you.
Thank you. To the amended motion, Kevin?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This is kind of a predictable governance fault line forming that this board has experienced before. And some thoughts that come to mind, some concerns as well. We've heard statements that the board has a history of voting on program closures. I'd like to see evidence, dates to substantiate that. If it's true, great. I haven't seen the evidence yet. I've heard statements to that effect, but I haven't seen the evidence. But my concern is that this motion would help nudge the board into areas that are not our role. The proposed process could be outside of our role. So my concern is that the board is going to be interested in a program by program review and vote program by program. And in my view, that's operational decision making. It places the board in the position of managing academic programs, which is the authority we've already given to the president and delegated to the president. There's some pretty clear policy guidance in this sort of situation. So we need to look at Board Policy 2200. We need to look at Board Policy 2430 that say the board delegates to the president the executive responsibility for administering those policies and for operating the college. And then I'm a little bit embarrassed to say this, but there's a document, a substantial document on the website, and it's our governance systems manual. It was established in 2003. And I should have known about it before this week. And so I'm not happy with myself, but I looked into it, and I encourage others to look at it as well. It's very clear that the board delegates to the president the responsibility and authority to operate the college, and that operations and implementation will continue to be the responsibility of managers and administrators. That was 23 years ago. And so I'm concerned that the board may be inclined to kind of create new policies ad hoc on the fly, which I don't think is the responsibility. It's not good governance for this body. Our job is to ask the hard questions and ensure accountability and act on a comprehensive recommendation, not to approve program by program. That's the president and her administration's responsibility. Yes, we should hear public testimony and comment. We've had an opportunity to do that. Yes, we need to ask the administration questions that come to mind. But we need to vote on the comprehensive plan, not disaggregate it. That would get us into operations.
We got Steve, and then I actually have an answer to your question on the dates, but Steve, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, I agree with Kevin. We're kind of breaking down into, familiar kind of camps. So I'll keep my comments brief. I believe it, well, what I think when we're in a situation that we're in now, where I think we generally have broad agreement that we on a 3-year plan that reduces our budget to achieve the 10% ending fund balance. As far as I know, we have broad agreement on that and the numbers, that support that, right? Broadly, that's there. Then we get to the individual, decisions as to what, specifically should be cut. And I'm with Kevin and and others, I think that, to want to leave that to the administration because they have the day-to-day expertise. The thing that I sort of look at is that when we leave it to the administration to identify what those have to be, we get a rational and strategic decision, right? When we try to take that responsibility over, we end up with a political and emotional one, which I don't think is the best for the institution. So for that reason, I think that is the main reason why we have, the sort of the governance, the general advice that we've heard time and time again as to what our role is as board members and what the administration's role is. For me, there will always be a political constituency that shows a community that shows up that says save these programs, and that's great. I'm glad to see that, right? People care and love these programs, but it doesn't give us the information that we need when to make the best rational and strategic decision. For that, we need to rely on the administration.
I don't see this conversation as breaking us into camps or a political conversation. It's more or less a conversation around workforce, student services, what's best for the students, what's best for the overall community. It's a discussion about the representational democracy of the people who have sent us here, which is to understand how these programs and suspending these programs and or eliminating these programs impact our workforce, our economy, our communities, and approaching it with an equity lens. Disenfranchised communities that we serve. In regards to your question, Kevin, in regards to programs, I don't have exact dates, but I do have the years. Hospitality was 2022, respiratory care was 2017, counseling positions 2017, auto and body paint was 2015, electronics was 2015, faculty institutional research positions was 2015. For examples of temporary suspension, culinary program in 2022, manufacturing in 2022. Examples of programs where there was reduction and elimination also includes early childhood education in 2017 and medical assisting in 2015. There's even more examples prior to that, but there's been multiple times and years where the board has voted on it. I voted on many of these, and this is really critical for a part of our governance, representational democracy, to be able to vote on these programs, especially after having a conversation on the impacts to our community, our institution, and most importantly, our students. President Olson.
I will say I'm not speaking in favor in either way of this motion, but I will say if it is decided upon that these kind of program suspensions and cuts are going to be left to the administration hands, I would say the students would appreciate a more collective input before the decision to suspend them is made, not after. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion? Zach?
Whatever happens tonight, I think that it's really important that we as a board resolve any underlying anywhere with board policies where we think there's a discrepancy or there's confusion or it's not clear. I'm going to go ahead and request that we have an ad hoc committee form as soon as possible to go ahead and look at any specific board policies that get red flagged by board members as being, as in this case, of not being clear as to what it actually requires. Or, also with regards to agenda setting authority, I think is the other one that's been called out in the past as needing some work. So I'm going to go ahead and ask for that so that we can move past these things and not have to keep getting caught up on process, and we can really just focus on policy because I don't want to argue about process. I want to go back to the process we had for years. Thanks.
Julie.
I have another parliamentary procedure question.
Yes, please.
Can we ask the parliamentarian? Can there be a motion to table the amendment, or does the motion have to be approved all in one with the amendment or fail all in one with the amendment?
Parliamentarians coming up.
As an amendment, it sticks to that motion, so it either needs to be voted up or down. You can't table just an amendment.
Okay, so if we vote up and down on the amendment and it fails, then we move on to the next motion. Is that it?
To the original motion, yeah.
We would go back to the original motion and other amendments could be made or it could be voted on or debated.
And follow-up.
Follow-up question for
After the amendment is made, if the amendment is approved, people can then do subsequent amendments to the amended motion?
Yes, that is correct. There could be subsequent amendments to the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, this deals with one issue. If others want to deal with other issues related to the motion, we can amend it more.
Understood.
So can I
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Julie, go ahead.
Thank you. So, to kind of address the last comment that, Trustee Mahoman made about, wanting to have some kind of clarity about board policies, I'd like to make a suggestion that this amendment, actually be removed and that it actually gets postponed, that even the discussion of those public hearings, with regards to BP 4350 and how it is interpreted and all of that actually get postponed until we have retained a legal opinion, an outside legal service, someone who can actually provide the board with a legal interpretation of what our board policy means, the language that it is, how that it complies with NWCCU so it doesn't put our accreditation at risk, and that we just defer this whole entire discussion about those hearings and BP 4350 until we get that legal opinion. And so I'd just like to offer that and to see if that's even acceptable to Trustee Mahoman, and before I make my next comment.
Trustee Mulholland, would you like to answer that question?
Voting on program closures is a long-standing board LCC board governance practice that at some point got lost and people just stopped doing it or felt that they didn't have to do it anymore. I think that's wrong. If this board wants to no longer vote on program closures, that should be a board decision to change our board policy that requires us to vote on substantive program changes, which for at least 10 years prior to my arrival included program closures. So, if there's going to be a reinterpretation of board policy to no longer require a public process that's been required for decades, that should be a board decision and a board vote. Whoever decided we didn't need to do it anymore, I don't know who made that decision. I don't think they had the authority to make that decision. This is a board decision about our processes. I want to return to the process that was longstanding. I do think it's important that we have a subcommittee to go look at that process and adjust it if it needs adjusting. And that will give folks like yourself that don't think the board should be involved in approving program closures formally, that'll give you a chance to put forward your ideas. But as for right now, for tonight, for this 3-year mitigation plan, for these 2 program closures, the cart has gotten out ahead of the horse. This board needs to vote. And I think we need to vote. And so that's why I put this motion forward and I don't plan on taking it back. Thanks.
So really quick,
Excuse me.
really quick, Julie, we're out of time right now. I'm just going to ask the board.
Of course,
board
of
yeah.
course.
So yeah.
I
I'm gonna
always
ask-
out of time.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask the board if we can add an additional 10 minutes to this discussion. Excellent. Thank you. Julie, President Bulger wanted to say a statement really quick. Would you like the president to speak? Because I know you had another comment to make.
I do, but I'll yield my time to her for
Okay.
She's done.
Excellent. President Bulger, thank you.
I wonder if it will help. At the March 18th meeting, when we were in Florence, there was a similar kind of discussion that the board was having. There were multiple interpretations and multiple opinions, and the core of it, the discussion was about board policy 4350. And I wonder, so I had a chance to talk to the board chair and the vice chair about that afterwards, and let them know that perhaps a legal opinion would be appropriate for this situation, and they agreed. And so I am certainly seeking a legal opinion based on their support.
I can do it later.
Okay, Julie, do you have a comment still, or?
I
No?
do.
Okay.
I mean, I made my thoughts about this pretty clear. You know, there isn't some mysterious conspiracy afoot that someone created a policy that didn't have the authority to do so, that we're all debating right now. This isn't a policy that was approved by the board. So it is a policy that we have in place. It's a policy that's been in place for a number of years. You have to go back in time to really look at the types of programs that were actually even similarly situated to require board approval and didn't require board approval, but we could debate that forever. But since I can kind of see the writing on the wall with a 4-vote majority, I'll just make my statement and put it on the record, please, so that my no vote is actually accounted for properly, so that in the future, this is all heard, that there are actually board members who really want to board govern without any legal consequences, potentially. So any delay here that for public hearings and all of that creates a cascading effect that will possibly delay our budgeting process. So even if you want to vote to pass this mitigation plan today, and then sometime miraculously in the next month or so have public hearings, while we're also having budget hearings about the conversation, is just another delaying tactic. And I don't think it serves a legitimate governance purpose. It will cause potential non-compliance issues, and I'm opposed to that. So I just want to go formally and clearly that I'm opposed to this policy change, that anything you want to do here, I think that this is going to, the accreditation standards are pretty clear about the distinction between board governance and institutional administration. Boards set the mission, approve the policy, ensure fiscal integrity, and hire and evaluate the president. Boards do not direct curriculum. They do not approve or deny course offerings. The moment this board assumes authority over academic programming decisions, we are no longer governing, we are administering. And we are doing so without academic expertise or the accreditation authority to do so. I am not willing to put this college's accreditation at risk, and I'm not willing to expose this institution, its students, and this community to the consequences of that loss. I am voting no, and I am asking that my full objection be entered into the record, and that when a board crosses into operational control, curriculum decisions, line item budgeting, administrative micromanagement, and is a textbook accreditation violation. I'm not being dramatic. Colleges have lost accreditation over exactly this kind of board dysfunction. Thank you.
Your comments for just to finish, the comments are in the record. Thank you, Julie. Steve, is it all right if Steve speaks? So yeah, thank you.
Go ahead. I'd like to hear what Dr. Bulger says.
President Bulger?
In light of the discussion and deliberation that the board is having right now, I can move very quickly to have a legal opinion for the board. I'll move as quickly as I can.
Steve, and then I'll put myself in the queue again.
Yeah, the question I think of perhaps for you, Dr. Bulger, and it's a technical thread the needle question to see if we can, to help us move past the issue. And, it's not the direction I'd like to head, but just sort of, kind of concerned about where we're at. So just as a preface, we're in a difficult situation where, just timing wise, we're trying to implement cuts consistent with our 3-year plan. If we don't do so, in the very immediate future, then we jeopardize our ability to finish those to meet the year 1 of a 3-year plan. And then there's cascading effects. We all know that. So there's some time pressure on the decision tonight. I'm essentially with Julie. I think everybody sort of knows that in terms of where where I think the board's responsibilities are. But I respect that there are other opinions out there. And so this is the technical nature of the question is, these are both of these programs that we're considering tonight sort of, suspensions? And are these things therefore that we could move forward with at this point in time, suspending that does not require a board involvement or vote? And perhaps, after getting the legal opinion that Dr. Bulger is offering, they would be suspended for the year in order to, it says what we would vote on at this point in time, but that there would, depending on the outcome of the legal opinion, there might be an opportunity for the kind of community engagement and one up or down vote that Zach's looking for. The thread the needle question, I get it. I'm not just trying to figure out if there's a way forward.
President Bolger?
Sure. What I want to share with the board is that there are consequences in either case. So if the board does not approve this motion to the motion that we recommended to move the plan forward with what you see in the plan, then the consequences for the academic programs area is that $534,000. We'll need to find that before the budget is finalized and brought to the budget committee. We're committed to doing that. That appeared to be the direction last year when the budget committee met, and the full board was on that budget committee at the time. So in terms of suspending the program for a year, as you probably heard this evening, that program is, both of the programs are in teach-out plans. Those teach-out plans are not immediate teach-out plans. They are how many years?
For the criminal justice, the teach out plan, we are doing that ourselves. So that's through next year, through summer, through June of 2027. And then, however, for the HIM program, the plan is for the last graduating class at Lane would be this spring, this June. So it is very quick. And then the plan is for students to immediately transition over to KCC.
The real what comes up a lot with the health information management program is that there will be workforce shortages in Lane County, and that we will not have skilled health information management professionals, and that we will affect the rural and underserved regions. This came up in communications that I personally received about the HIM program. And so, but what you hear this evening is that that is not going to be the case. Because it's an online program and we have entered into partnerships with KHIM accredited programs at community colleges, then we will be able to have individuals right here in our community actually taking those programs and becoming certified to be HIM professionals. We felt that these are very, very hard decisions, as you might imagine, but we felt that because this was going to meet the need, the workforce need, that's what was coming up a lot in the communications that I received. That was a nice outcome in a very, very difficult decision.
Before Steve has a wrap-up question, before we do that, though, I wanted to ask the board if we can add an additional 10 minutes. I want that for two reasons. One, because I want to make sure everybody has a chance to speak on this, especially those who haven't had a chance to speak. Also, we have a couple other people in the queue. Is it okay if we add additional 10 minutes? All right, seeing head nods, thank you. Steve, you can go and wrap it up.
I'm just trying to make sure I understood all of that. Sort of the upshot is that while there are continuity plans for students currently enrolled in both programs, some kind of resolving pretty quickly, some whatever taking more time. Nonetheless, continuity plans for students with support for students. The vote on the original amendment, on the original motion, not on the amendment, wouldn't leave room to sort of come back later and do the work that Zach is asking for.
I think it would be very difficult.
Fair enough. So nothing I can do about that one then. I tried to thread the needle. I don't think it's going to work.
Kevin, you and I are in the queue, but I wanted to make room for anybody who hasn't had a chance to speak yet. Jerry?
I'll wait for you guys.
Justin, do you want to have an opportunity to speak? Okay, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll be fast. So I've been trying to figure out, well, what are the differences in perspectives here, and kind of trying to sort it into categories in my head. And what I've come up with, I think there's folks on the board who see this differently. I see it as the board should vote on the plan, not the parts. And I think there's some folks on the board who think they should vote on the parts as part of the plan. The board definitely should vote on this, and a single vote on a comprehensive plan is still an approval of its components. That's how I'm thinking about it.
Public input is an important aspect of the NWCCU processes and expectations for institutions as well. That is why this is a critical vote. This is why it's important that we not only hear from the public, hear from people, hear from students. All of that is really important in this process. And the board needs to hear that. We need to know these things, and we need to include stakeholders, as many stakeholders as possible, especially those impacted. I see a lot of workforce aspects to these programs, and I also see the barriers to students' education for the print shop, if we were to close that, barriers to mental health and to our employees' well-being if we reduce their capacity to have access to the stress reduction techniques that we experienced all together here today. I see these as being a detriment to our students and to our community as a whole, especially around workforce side of things. I've spoken, and I also have a personal philosophy of just simply this. We should not put the cost of higher education, the continued increased costs of higher education on our students, but it's equally unjust to put that cost onto our employees. Jerry, would you like to speak?
Yeah, okay. I think first thing I'd like to say to the president and the administration is how much I respect the work you do. I work for somebody different than you. I work directly for the public. The president works for us. You work for the president. And there's no reason we all can't get along here. And what I'd like to say is about the micromanaging charge. That's the last thing I want to do is micromanage. I do think it's the rightful role of the Board of Education to determine what courses, what programs will be taught at Lane. And then when we get rid of a program, we should also go through a process. And that's what the Board of Education does. As far as managing, hiring, paying the bills, taking care of the all of the administrative issues, that's not what the board does. And I agree with that. And so I agree with you, Kevin and Steve. But where I'm getting involved is with the educational part of this formula. Now, there's no mystery about getting out of this, getting this budget done. We have to have budget that balances revenues and expenditures. And so I'm in it to try to save these two programs that were highlighted tonight. And I'm willing to do that step by step. I'm leaning that way. I could be persuaded the other way. That's why I'm going to vote for the motion so that we can make that kind of a determination and work with staff to do that. That's about all I have to say right now.
Excellent. I just want to make sure if Jesse has a chance to speak here.
Thank you. I have more comments I want to make to the original motion, which I'm sure we'll get back to eventually. So stick around, please. That I am happy to see a legal opinion. I've gone rounds. Steve, Kevin, we've had conversations in this room. We've had conversations outside. Steve, I'm looking at a motion from February of 2022 where you were a second on a motion to suspend a program. So there is precedent here, and I've continued to maintain that. I will make myself available if we need to schedule another meeting, and I'm sorry to add that, but if we need to have more conversations about this, I will continue to make myself available to have them. But we're talking about people's lives. We're talking about students not being able to finish programs. I've got questions about notice that went out to students that came up earlier in public comment. This public comment not only I think benefits us as board members and the staff and the community as a whole, but I also think about our members in the legislature and our members that go to Washington, D.C., and they need to understand that what's happening, with budgets. I know they get it, but they can continue to hear it over and over and over again. What did we heard tonight? And if we need to sit through 90 more minutes, 120 more minutes, I'll make myself available for public comments. It is moving. It is unfortunate. Rich, I can't. Rick, sorry, your other one. My heart goes out to you and everyone else that is part of these FTEs. This is an unenviable position for the administration to be in, for us as a board to be in. This is the least, not that public service, being an elected official is glamorous really in any right, but this is definitely the least glamorous portion of it. I will stop filibustering at this time because I see the clock ticking. I don't question any other motives of members on the board, and I never will. I will be voting for this motion.
Steve?
Well, I don't know that there's too much more to say other than I guess I just want folks to consider the consequences of the delay at the best, right? That given that I think the previously passed motion to of the 3-year budget reduction plan, remains in force, and our president is under our direction to carry out year 1 of that. And so when we limit her options, when we step in the way we do, as I've already said, right, we start to really politicize the process, and we cause them to think about, well, what options do they have at their disposal that to meet the budget reductions for this year? If not these academic programs, if we say that's a thing that requires additional process, but the timing makes it impossible to get it done on time, they will go elsewhere in the institution, right? There are other areas in the institution that they can make these cuts that are essentially consistent with whatever other policies that we have. So I think that's where it'll happen, right? Our original values that we stated to guide the process, I think have largely been adhered to, is what we see. It's difficult, but they have been adhered to. If we say now, hey, what we're saying is we want to change our values. We don't want, academic programs to be impacted as much or something like that. They'll go deeper. That means the other 2 buckets, right, is where they'll go deeper. They'll go deeper into our classified staff. That's a place they can go. They'll go deeper into operational and support services, because those are the places we're ultimately telling them they can go. Not because they think that's the best thing for the institution. I don't think they do. I think they're telling us that those kinds of cuts are more severe and carry greater risks for us. So I just ask people to be reminded of the myriad issues that get unleashed when we tell them where they can and can't go after the fact.
So we got one more comment, and then we're going to ask for the motion to be read one more time so everyone knows. Kevin?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. I'll be very short. So I think of myself as I want to adhere to our governance policies. And so I just want to say again, there's nothing in our policies, there's nothing in our operating agreements, there's nothing in our governance statement on the website that dictates what I think this board is about to do. And so when we deviate from our governance standards, I think it decreases the legitimacy of this body and our board, which I think is the opposite of what folks are hoping for here. So I won't be supporting the amendment.
Chair Folnigy, if I could.
Yeah, of course.
The board BP 4350 is actually in the amended motion. But the BP 4350 is the core of the deliberation, and there are board members who have differing opinions and interpretations. To place that into a motion seems to be a little bit compromising for the board. And I'm just wondering how the board can reconcile that. The way to reconcile that is to get a legal opinion. And I have pledged to find and get a legal opinion for that. It seems to me that the board does need to have a legal opinion on BP 4350 before it includes it in that motion. Including in the motion suggests that there's agreement that that should be included in the motion. And what I'm hearing is that there is not, just to reflect back to you what I think is going on.
We are at time. I will move the board to a vote on the amended motion. I would like for the amended motion to be read so that we all understand it.
Can we have it visually on the board, please, for everyone?
Ooh, is that possible? Yeah, give us a one moment. We'll be able to do that. While they are putting that up onto the board, and I see that we have some additional comments here. Can we add 3 more minutes to? All right, great. Julie, go ahead.
Not really comment as much as I was just curious if you were going to acknowledge President Bolger's comments and questions that she asked. I mean,
Absolutely.
it seemed
Absolutely, yeah.
pretty dismissive. Thank you.
Oh, no, and I did not mean to be dismissive. It's just that we were out of time. I do have a response, and I really appreciate President Bolger for bringing those for stating that. Steve, you and I, we voted on cutting of programs and of changing programs and suspending programs and so forth. The legal opinion of the attorney at the time allowed us, answered our questions about different legality aspects of this, and we were able to address that, have conversations around it, and we voted on it. These programs have had the vote of the board and an opportunity for the public to weigh in on that. And so, yeah. So anyway, and I apologize, we're obviously out of time here, but that's my response to the reconciliation aspect of that question. And yeah, this I think falls in line not only with the spirit of those past practices, but follows directly in line with those past practices. Before us here is the language of the motion. Zach, are you just making sure that
after the word committee, the word with. After the word budget committees.
With program closures to be officially approved by the board,
comma, consistent with BP 4350, comma, to include presentations about the programs and an opportunity for public comment, or after presentations about the programs, after a public presentation about the programs and an opportunity for public comment.
Question.
We did, first off, we didn't catch that.
Okay, sorry. With program closures to be officially approved by the board, consistent with BP 4350, after a public presentation about the programs and an opportunity for public comment.
Gotcha.
I'd like to ask a clarifying question.
100%. Before I do that, though, I just want to make sure that the second is okay with that language.
Yes.
Yes, excellent. Jerry, go ahead.
Does your motion contemplate saving a program as well as closing? Because you just mentioned closing in the
My understanding of the previous process of the board was that when a program was recommended for closure, the board would vote to approve that closure formally. And so that's the process that I'm looking for, is that if this is the right way to go, convince us it's the right way to go with a motion to close the program, and that we would officially vote to close it when that happens.
And a follow-up is that if it does not get closed, that means it is retained.
That would be my expectation.
Right.
Thank you.
And that's how it's been done in the past. But yeah, we are out of time. Unless there is additional time requested, doesn't look like it. We will move to a vote. We'll go ahead and do a roll call vote in this situation.
Sorry, the amended motion would just be, I move to approve, all that stuff about my name. So it'd be, I move to approve, where Board of Education ends, or delete everything in front of that.
Yeah,
I think it's just, I move to approve.
Yeah.
The original motion.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it just was because it was from the minutes here. So yeah. All right. Okay. I do want to move us to a vote here. We'll do a roll call vote on the motion to amend.
Kevin Alltucker,
No.
Austin Fullnagy,
Yes.
Jesse Maldonado,
Yes.
Steve Mattal,
Nope.
Zach Mulholland,
Yes.
Jerry Rust,
Yes.
and Julie Weisman.
Nope.
All right. The amendment has been passed. Is the board okay with additional, I know there was additional questions in regards to the original motion and to now the amended motion. Can we add 5 minutes to the clock so that we can be able to ask additional questions? Good, excellent. Add additional 5 minutes. Jesse, I think you had some questions in regards to the now amended motion.
I did just something that was mentioned during public comment, and I took note of it because I thought it stood out, and I would love to hear from you all. But it was in regards to the letter that was sent out to students. The program was being suspended. The comment was, "quote encourage students to drop out," and so I would just love to get some clarification on that, please.
I do not believe that is true. I was also shocked to hear that. I looked at the communication that came from the dean. That was not communicated, but I'm going to go back and take a look at it to see if there's any assumption or illusion that could have been made from what was communicated. But
Okay.
and also, I don't believe I should be responding to public comment without the direction of the president.
I'm sorry. I should have
apologize
directed that
for
at the president, Shelley. That's on me. I apologize.
That's also on me.
Dr. Bolger, I apologize for not directing that question to you. I will direct this one to you. Is when the review of what went out happened, would it be appropriate for, just because we heard it in public comment, to also send it to the board members just to look at?
We can certainly do that, trustee. We can certainly do that. Yes, what you're trying to do, it seems to me, is verify the process. So you want to check in on what the process is. Is that I want to get some clarification, if I can, from the board about what you may want in the presentations you're talking about, when you may want to do this, because we have shared with you that the decision that you've made today is affecting the timeline. And so we need to be very clear. I need you to be clear with me about what you're expecting with respect to the budget committee and getting the FY27 budget all decided on. So so we can certainly do that. If you let me know what kind of information you would like to see in the presentations, we will certainly do that.
Thank you.
And the public comment, if there are certain parameters around the public comment, we did have public comment this evening, as we always do at the board regular meeting. If there are some expectations that you would like to have in the public comment, please let us know. We'll need to organize all of that for the board.
Jesse?
Thank you, Dr. Bolger. I just really want to follow up on the latter point, not the former. I was just taken aback that comment was made, and so I just not trying to do extra work. I just think it would behoove us to see what went out, just to see what it said. Because I think if we just sit here and listen to public comment and don't follow up on public comment, then what's the point of public comment? So I want to make sure that was one thing that I wrote down that was very explicit that was shocking. And so I just want to make sure that, I would just love clarification on that piece. So
I appreciate you asking me the question, because that is the process. And I believe that the board chair always mentions that when public comment occurs, then if there's any follow-up, then that is actually asked of the president to follow up.
We got Jerry and Steve. Jerry?
Yeah. Stephanie, would you like board members to send you an email if they have a question about the next steps in the process. You as for your last comment.
I would like for board members to send the information to the board chair and the vice chair. And feel free to copy me on that, to let me know. And we're talking about the 4 members probably who voted for this particular amendment. Let me know what you'd like to see. And the board chair and the vice chair and I can talk about what your timeline is going to be for that. There's an obligation for the board to approve, to stand up a budget committee, and we will be doing that at the end of April. If we need to change that timeline as well, then we will do that.
Steve?
Just a reminder of where we're at. I think, right, we have approved an amendment, but we haven't actually taken any meaningful, we haven't taken action on the motion, which has now been amended. So just a reminder to us all.
Of course. Yep. So now with that, the last comment, then we do have to move to the vote to the amended motion.
Well, since this is going to be the vote on the thing, I feel like there's probably some other issues we should have gotten at. I'm very concerned about some of the non-academic cuts that are proposed as part of this package. I think cutting embedded tutor coordinator is going to be cutting into core student services. And I'm very frustrated by being put in this position. Obviously, there's many changing dynamics. It's a fast changing world. This feels rushed. And like we're being forced into a position that we shouldn't necessarily be forced into. And anyways, if there was a way to try and preserve some of the student-centered supports like that, I think we should. I, for one, am actually willing to ask students to pay for those services if they want them. Anyway, if there's other things that people want to talk about preserving and how to pay for it, I'm open to that conversation, though it sounds like we're headed to a vote on the package without discussing those other items.
If the board would like to have additional time, that will be up to the board. I've been moving the timeline quite a bit here. So if the board wishes that, I'm willing to allow it. With that, we will move to a vote for the amended motion. Let's go ahead and do a roll call vote.
Wait, put it up so we
Oh,
just.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Can we get the full motion as amended? And hopefully we don't flood. For those who are online, there is a significant rainstorm and it's, yeah. All right. We will move to a vote. Let's go ahead and do a roll call vote.
Kevin Alltucker,
No.
Austin Fulnagi,
Yes.
Jesse Maldonado,
Yes.
Steve Mattal,
Yes.
Zach Mulholland,
Yes.
Jerry Rust,
Yes.
and Julie Weisman.
No.
The motion passes. We will now continue with our agenda under the reports. The first report is from the Student Government Association report. President Olson.
Hello. Thank you. I'm glad we were able to deal with that action item before the reports. Just as an introduction, first, I'd like to say a big thank you to the students of Lane Community College who have entrusted me with the duties and responsibilities as their president. And to that, I pledge to represent your voice here on this board and throughout the college and to greater government communities outside of LCC. The transition for the incoming student government has been completed smoothly, and we have hit the ground running. We have already many plans for projects and events for this fall. So far, we have completed a training retreat in which happened over spring break on Sunday. The incoming student government officers spent a day here on campus. We covered things from parliamentary procedure to team dynamics and even some communication type events. And we ended the day with some team bonding. This week, student government did sponsor Welcome Week. This week, on Monday and Tuesday, we did our usual Welcome Week, just condensed into 2 days to accommodate the lower number of new students that come in during the spring term as opposed to fall and winter term. With this event, we supplied as many incoming and current students with snacks, directions, and hosted a scavenger hunt so they may get to know the campus better. Along with this, we completed a student survey, which surveyed, I believe, last I checked, 151 students about student government, its role in a student's life, and how their student activity fee is being spent. We do have plenty of upcoming events planned. We have already began planning for the very anticipated Spring Festival and have established a committee to do so effectively. And we have begun to plan out the fall term of 2026 to be better prepared for it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to the LCCEA report. Adrian Mitchell.
Good evening, President Olson, President Bulger, and members of the board. I'm going to give a brief report. Before I do so, I'd like to respectfully request that the union presidents who represent the faculty and the classified have the opportunity in the future to give their reports in advance of consequential votes on program cuts. You know, Tammy is here representing the classified, did not even have the opportunity to address the board prior to all of the cuts that affected classified, for example. So I did send in a report and an accompanying document. Those I don't believe have been posted on board docs yet. Hopefully they will be posted, or excuse me, on the new board system. Hopefully they'll be posted soon. I will follow up and send them to all of you so that you have the documents. The topics I'm going to address briefly include the budget, the proposed cuts. I guess some of them have already been made, and a few other updates. So the first one is that I'm very concerned on behalf of the faculty about the budgetary information and data upon which the budget mitigation plan is based. As you might recall from the video that I provided to you all, I think it was in December, there are significant amounts of salary increases built into future years' budgets, and those have only increased since that time. If you take a look at the budget forecast, the type is very tiny that was presented to you at your last meeting, the work session on March 13th. I do have a link to it and a screenshot of it in my report, which you'll be able to view once you have access to the report. On page 3, it shows 6% salary increases for next year, 7% for the subsequent 2 years. So those have even increased when we know both the faculty and the classified have settled contracts. And those salary increases will not be anywhere near 7% or 6%. In addition, the enrollment factor has decreased. The tuition rate of 1.2% has been repeated for future years. So what this essentially does is overestimate the expenses in out years and underestimate the revenues, creating this sense of austerity, scarcity, and the need for cuts. So what was in the package that impacts faculty that you have just voted on? The cuts affecting faculty include a full-time library faculty position. This will reduce the time dedicated to serving students, including provision of assistance for faculty developing open educational resources, which help keep costs down for students with regard to textbooks so that they can have open educational resources instead of costly textbooks. The Health Information Management Program, we've heard a little bit about that, and the Criminal Justice Program. We appreciate that the board is going to follow board policy and vote as it has demonstrated clearly through documentation provided multiple times to the board on program cuts. And that the health information program affects 2 full-time faculty members. Cutting the program will result in a net loss of about $37,000 a year. The criminal justice program has 1 full-time faculty member, would result in net loss of about $98,000 per year. This is based on the exact number of credit registrations provided by institutional research for both of these programs, and the full salary cost with OPE added for those programs. And the presentation that I will send to you, if you don't have access to it yet, does have the full calculation for you to review. In addition, the tutor coordination time is being reduced. That's the course embedded tutoring you've heard so much about. In addition, we have learned that there will be an elimination of the rural outreach faculty coordinator time in ABSE. That's the Adult Basic Skills Program. I don't believe that was mentioned anywhere in your documents, but that is one of the impacts that you have just approved. In addition, there will be a reassignment of a portion of each of the 4 full-time faculty members serving in the Multicultural Center and Gender Equity Centers to teaching. We are happy to find out yesterday evening that the amount that will be reduced from their regular service in the Multicultural Center and Gender Equity Center is going to be reduced. We don't know exactly what that will be, but it will be less than the reduction that had been previously proposed a week earlier, and also the elimination of the faculty coordination time in wellness. We are concerned about the extent to which many of these will negatively impact the bottom line. And we, of course, stand in solidarity with LCCEF and our classified colleagues throughout campus. So many of the impacts are not quantifiable. We're very concerned about impacts to student success and retention, not to mention community trust in the institution. The lack of public process, consideration of community need, and insufficient opportunity for community input, hasty messaging to the criminal justice students, which I have read that message, and other community colleges offering the HIM program who reached out and contacted our faculty in HIM. And that was how they learned that other institutions were going to be accepting our students when the board has not even voted on the programs yet. And to hear that they've already been suspended, the information has already been sent to the accreditors is also of grave concern. I did bring some copies for you. I never thought it would be part of my role as a faculty union president to provide a background on how to cut programs, but I feel that it's necessary at this point. Yeah, thanks. So what I'm sharing with you is a sample of the kind of information that is normally presented. This is information presented by the former provost, Paul Jarrell, about the culinary, hospitality, and manufacturing programs in 2022. That includes a plethora of data. It's a 19-page document, very thorough, that provides multi-year enrollment data, disaggregated data about impacts based on student race, ethnicity, gender, Pell Grant status, veteran status, course success rates, degree and certificate award conferrals, multi-year trends, fiscal data, including net revenue, student FTE with detailed program costs, workforce data, including wages, salaries, job availability trends, and an analysis and summary to justify the recommendations. All of those recommendations did pass. There was plenty of time for public comment, community input, and this was not provided on the same day that the board was asked to make a vote. In sum, we're very concerned that a hasty process lacks transparency and causes further reputational harm to our community's college, significantly impacts our faculty, our classified, our students, and the broader community. Just very briefly, a few other updates. We currently have scheduled 2 unfair labor practice hearings, one regarding intimidation of nursing faculty, a second regarding interference and retaliation against union activity regarding the HR report from the January board meeting. Those hearings have both been scheduled. Just to reiterate our LCCEA commitment regarding public comment, we have made a commitment that we are asking our faculty to not read serial comments during public comment. We are excited about the implementation of our new contract. Appreciate the unanimous ratification vote at the board work session in Florence. I was watching on Zoom. I'm sorry, I was sick and could not attend in person. And the governor has signed the bill that will now require ICE alerts at all institutions of higher education and schools throughout the state. We're very excited about that and look forward to the ways in which our whole campus and broader community will be kept safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the LCCEF report. Tammy Hill.
I'm Tammy Hill, president of the Classified Union. I had a whole thing done and research I've done for the last couple weeks to try to save and put forth for P&G. I'll try to keep myself together. You all understand you just closed P&G, right? So no poll for that, no discussion about that. But now that department's closed. So I would have loved to have a chance to talk first. I'm going to read what I had because I think it's important anyway, but I wrote it because I didn't want to forget anything. At the March board meeting, the board asked to approve the mitigation plan, which didn't pass. Subsequently, the board approved a motion to move forward. What I'm doing is seeking clarification in the difference between moving forward or having that approved. Because whatever the process is, the college moved forward anyway in notifying people they were being laid off and such. This whole process raises concerns about the transparency and the decision-making roles of both the board and the college. I've attended meetings with classified members who've been informed that their positions are being eliminated. These have been some of the most challenging meetings I've had experienced as the LCCF president. While it's noted that most of these classified members have bumping rights, this means they have to choose between taking another person's job or facing unemployment. Not all these members' positions are available to be bumped into a position. If one is not there, they will go on a callback list, a recall list, where they'll be without pay until a position is available. I was informed by administration that if Health Information Management, HIM, and the Criminal Justice course are not voted down tonight and remain active classes, I'm not pulling for that to be closed, by the way. It's a bad situation to be in. That the classified members will be laid off because that's the only thing they have left to do to save money. Additionally, I understand some of the board members were not fully informed about the developments, and that in itself is concerning. Printing and graphics, as you know now, will be closed on June 30th. Mitigation plan states that printing and graphic services have been realigned to reduce operational costs. General fund resources are now directed towards services that can be supported through alternative delivery models or other funding sources. That's on page 3. And this is due to an annual shortfall, my understanding is, of $200,000. This impacts the classified staff. As of today, which clearly doesn't matter, I have 404 signatures to support keeping P&G open, and I have 6 letters of support from community members. Printing and graphics has not undergone a program review since 2020. I read the financial conditions and sustainability options just done in 2026 of January. However, that's not a program review. Determining the department's future without a thorough review would be premature and a lack of due diligence. Printing and graphics currently has $8,712 in unpaid invoices. $8,483 of that is owed to Lane by Follett, the company the college chose to outsource our bookstore to. Who's supposed to be doing that? Who collects that money? Additionally, Lynn Benton Community College eliminated its printing and graphics department last year, and according to the Classified Union, the change has resulted in significant challenges and unnecessary expenses. Things that we could have done to save Printing and Graphics is increase their fees. Right now, P&G for one copy, one side is 7 cents. Out in the real world, it's 24 to 25 for each sheet. A two-sided 12 sheet with P&G, and the rest is 36, 41, 48, and 50. You cannot tell me that we are not going to feel the impact in a different way. Furthermore, P&G provides us printing services for fall in service, spring in service, commencements, and employee recognition. According to COPS policy, no work should be sourced outside of the vendors without first contacting Layton Community College Printing and Graphics Department. Department staff will direct you to an outside vendor if the department's unable to complete the work. Last week, I learned that there are managers who are permitting faculty and staff to use external vendors, such as Kinko's, and then they just pay with their P card, which might be why we're also not making money there. Other things about P&G is that the classified employees serve backup to the mailroom. P&G works fast and knows the needs of the college. We don't have to worry about internal security. And they serve 29 businesses outside of Lane. So now we'll be outsourcing. So here's some examples of outsourcing that the college has chosen to do over the years that have not been the best. At the beginning of December 14, 2011, the board approved outsourcing the Mary Spildey Center to property management company to oversee housing facility portion of it. The contract was renewed in 2023. Previously, the cost was $995,000 a year, and now it's estimated at $1.1 million. The college claims that the Campus Advantage was the only firm to respond to its 2017 RFP. However, when you go out for a bid, you have to receive 3 company proposals. You're supposed to. Advantage Complex is a Texas-based company. LCC has been contracting with this company since 2012. Regional local agencies could have done the same work for $250,000. And if we'd kept employees who are managing the center of the staff, the cost of their salaries plus OPE would have been slightly less than $250,000. And those dollars would have stayed local. I find it extremely hard to believe that LCC can't do better. 2014, the laundry services. The college budgeted balancing process, eliminating the laundry service. Back then, we had about 20 to 30 departments that needed to use an outside vendor for laundry. Laundry was done for some community places outside. By doing so, the laundry was shipped to Garton, a company in Salem. However, due to performance issues with Garton, the college ended the contract. They found a place supported by the state in addition to purchasing washer and dryers for select departments and employees to take home. So in this case, outsourcing laundry has been so successful that we had to buy new washing machines and ask employees to wash the stuff at home. Titan Bookstore, another area taken over by non-local entity, is Follett, which is located in Winchester, Illinois. This too was intended to deliver these essential services effectively and improve the enterprise's fund's financial position. Through outsourcing, we've reduced the selection and increased prices for our students, and it's a quarter of what it was before. My last one is the campus-based food service. In April 19, the college decided to end college-operated campus-based food services effective June 2019, stating outsources would improve services delivery and strengthen the enterprise's fund's financial position. However, food service continued to face challenge. Many student workers, including international students with limited employment options, were employed in this department. They are no longer. Was the impact on these students considered during the decision-making process? I don't think so. Currently, we have a limited selection of vendors, inconsistent operating hours, and ongoing vacant space. These examples illustrate how previous efforts to streamline operations and reduce costs through outsourcing have ultimately led to higher expenses, a trend that continues. And given these examples, I hope our concerns about the college outsourcing is clear. An option, rather than permanently closing the printing and graphics department, the college could implement a hybrid funding model. This would position the department as a shared institutional resource while encouraging internal revenue generation, supporting both fiscal responsibility and long-term goals. Retaining an internal team provides faster turnaround, greater student engagement, and preserves institutional knowledge that external vendors cannot offer. Outsourcing often introduces hidden costs and service gaps, which may negatively impact our reputation and student experience. Beyond this department, the college should seek savings through employee-driven efficiency improvement. We can reduce costs by consolidating duplicate purchases and eliminating redundant planning across the executive offices. New initiatives should pause until current projects are completed. Prioritize equitable resource allocations among employee groups and streamline funding for student workers. Discontinued activities do not add value and use employer data to support revenue generating professional development. These steps can stabilize the budget without compromising essential services, focusing on systemic improvements rather than closing a high-performing department. Protects staff morale and supports an efficient, well-resourced college. Ways that could have been done to save money. Right now, we pay $95,000 for 2 years for the Gallup survey, which is $48,000 a year, a little over $48,000 a year. It was recommended, or we recommend, that exploring the college-specific survey or listening sessions by the new AVP of Cultural and Belonging, rather than contracting an external company. Many classified remain uncertain about the value of the Gallup survey anyway. Although the results have been shared, they have not been compelling, and it's been challenging to identify meaningful value of impact. Lastly, simply by doubling the price of black and white copies that's charged for P&G, they could generate an additional $56,000. And that's based on the amount of times that it has been clicked in their system. Now I want to talk about the manager's salaries. Management compensation study was implemented in July 1st, 2024. Of the 71 managers, 69 received salary adjustments effective 24-25. I bring this up because we are hearing constantly, there's no money, there's no money. There seems to be money for management. In that, as a result of that management compensation, the Vice President of Finance got a $51,000 pay increase. The Associate Vice President of Enrollment Services got a $25,800 increase. Vice President of Academic Affairs got a $22,300 academic increase. Dean of Student Support, $17,000. Instruction Dean of Health Professions, $14,000. That seems like a lot of money that could be saving jobs. But I don't understand it. Except for the managers, always look out for the managers. Nobody else matters. The total salary for 69 managers in FY 23-24 was $6,961,869. 69 people. After adjustments, FY 24-25, the total increased to $7,557,552. That doesn't include the 2 managers or 3 that didn't get the bump from the management study, comprehensive study. This doesn't include, these increases are significant, particularly given LCC's ongoing financial challenges, which we all understand has been going on for over 10 years. As of June 2026, total manager salaries is at $8,408,745. That's for 71 people. It's important to understand how the college funded these salary increases for managers. When the current classification and compensation study for classified staff is completed, we don't expect similar raises, not even close. And instead of any increases, they'll likely be phased in. As the college has indicated, there may not be sufficient funds to implement all the adjustments. I want you to keep in mind that these increases in their final salaries does not include the 4% increase that was just received in June. So I can say that off the top of my head, I know that the Vice President of Finance makes $224,000 and some, second to the president. We're not a large school. That salary is inappropriate. We're a small school and we're suffering and we're slowly dying. One of the other things was to restructure the management position. In comparison to other community colleges such as Chemeketa, Mount Hood, Clackamas, Lynn Bend, Central Oregon, Lane Community College uniquely maintains an executive leadership team consisting of 5 vice presidents, 5 associate vice presidents, 5 associate vice presidents, which are AVPs, 2 executive directors, 1 senior advisor, 1 director of budget, and the for just Lane. Chemeketa, 1 president, 3 vice presidents, 3 associate vice presidents, and a chief of staff. Mount Hood, 1 president, 3 vice presidents, 4 associates. Something's vastly wrong here. That we don't need we don't need 5 VPs. We don't need that many AVPs. We don't need that. If the college is prioritizing streamlining, consolidation, and alignment, what's the plan to maintain ongoing services? My understanding is 2 weeks ago, after already letting people know that P&G was being closed, they were still researching what companies could take the place or they could get a contract with. That the plan's not even done. There's not a plan. They're just moving forward, doing what they want. And I know these aren't your guys' jobs, but these are our jobs. And to us, this is devastating. And a thought is, a piece we fail as a college is responding to ideas. The college says they want input from everyone. However, ideas given aren't responded to. For example, if someone suggests that we should sell Titan Court, nobody gets back to them and says, hey, well, that's great, but we can't separate the Titan Court from the DCA. It's both. So it ends up feeling like you're just talking to a void. Again, listening sessions. What the heck? Nothing comes of that. I haven't seen one thing a person has offered up or an employee has offered up that's turned into an actual item that was done. We recognize the need to reduce the size of the college and understand the seriousness of the budget situation. While we've been asked for input, we've not received feedback. Please help ensure our perspectives are heard and considered so we can work together to build the best possible college in the coming years. I really don't have anything to lose at this point. A couple things. I think it's clear to the college that, or to people watching, that anytime Mulholland mentions something, Julie Wiesman's going to complain about it. And then it turns into this big ordeal. And the idea is that everybody works together and represents the college. I don't care what your problems are, your personal things. I don't care. I just think it would look better if we all could get along. I can notice a change in a lot of you, but there's one that has not changed. So I say that. And the other thing I want to say is, you guys say that your position as the board is to guide the president in the things that she does. And so she looks to you, you guide her. We look to the board to help to make the decisions. It's not, I can tell you that I learned today that an employee working in has to oversees part of the HIM program, found out about that through a student. She came running to her saying, hey, I hear the department's closed. And that's how she learned about it. So there's no shut mouth, there's no anything. I also learned the fitness thing for employee fitness program was going to be cut. What is left? Money for management, that's what's left. Nothing is. You can't keep giving management increases in wages and ups, and then you make people like me fight for 3%. Wow, how exciting. And there are more of us, but we deserve more than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Continuing with reports, we will move on to the president's report. Boulder.
Yes. Thank you. I will make my report brief. I have a written report in the packet. I know that the board will have quite a lot of questions because of the comments that you've heard, the reports from our Student Government Association, our student trustee, from our faculty union president, and also our classified union president. I would ask that you direct your questions to me so that I can respond to them. There may be questions that you have about what they presented to you, I would appreciate you doing that. And I will get back to you with those responses. Just a couple of things. I just want to say welcome again to Michael Olson, Trustee Olson. Really appreciate you for taking this on this leadership role and look forward to working with your leadership team. And I also want to express my gratitude to the college community because the time that we're in is a challenging time. And I really respect you and appreciate you for showing up for our students. We had the first day of classes yesterday for spring quarter, and really appreciate you showing up for students every single day. And that's my report.
Thank you, President Bolger. We're moving on to discussion items. The first discussion item is ad hoc committee on public comment recommendations. Board Member Altucker.
Great, thank you. I don't think I'm going to take 5 minutes, so we'll gain a little bit of time. Well, first of all, I would like to say, you know, we had a tough conversation this evening, and it was respectful. I appreciated that. The ad hoc committee on public comment has not been stressful. In fact, we've been, dare I say, having a good time. I don't know.
We've been touching our neck.
All right. We've been doing the neck thing, but Jesse Maldonado, Jerry Rust, and myself were the committee, and we met 3 times. We met for the final time last Thursday, March 26th, and we have finalized a list of 9 recommendations for the full board to consider during hopefully the May 6th board meeting, if there's room in the agenda to do that. And so I want to thank Jesse Maldonado and Jerry Rust for participating on the committee. We laughed sometimes even that we roll up our sleeves and actually did some good work. And I think the recommendations that we're going to bring to you on May 6th, you will appreciate that. There's nothing, earth shattering or surprising on that list. That these are recommendations that many are actually included in our current board policies, so we're kind of reaffirming those, but there's a handful that we gleaned from other organizations that we thought this board would operate more effectively if they were part of our operating procedures. So that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions in regards to the report? Zach?
Appreciate the committee working and forming those recommendations. Just for my own brain and how it works, I'd appreciate if it could get presented at one meeting and then voted on at the next meeting. That's just how I work. So that would be my preference if that's possible. Thank you.
Question, you obviously received some feedback in regards to things like individuals that are monolingual, for instance, and would they have an opportunity to have like a translator, have more time for public comment and things of that nature? There was additional requests that were made by the board in consideration in those committee discussions. I also just encouraged as wide of an equity lens as possible. There's a variety of different things that are around public comment per Oregon Public Meeting Law, like ASL, sign language individuals. They have to give us 48-hour notice, for instance. Can we make it 24-hour notice, for them to be able to make it more accommodating and to allow for more people to be able to participate in public comment in a way that's effective and yet at the same time is approaching an equity lens. Were those conversations had after those requests were made by the board?
Yeah, we had some of those conversations, and I would say the intent of the committee is to bring the list forward for board discussion, and that would be a time to flesh out if there are any remaining questions about those issues.
All right. Those are the questions I have. Any other questions? All right. We'll move on to the next discussion item, the Student Success Report. President Bolger?
Yes, I will ask, let's see, Cullum Joyce, Dr. Joyce, and Dr. Colmer to come and present this report. I would ask that you take a little less time than you were thinking. This is an update report. I think that you presented earlier this academic year.
Good evening, Board of Education, President Bolger, President Alston. Thank you for having us tonight. Yeah, we will keep it short. Dr. Crum and myself, it's a short presentation anyway, and 50 minutes is probably a lot. We'll just move on to the first slide. Basically, this is an update. Fall to winter retention. It's a comparison over the last 5 academic years. And if you look, there's been, if you look at each year from 2022 through to 2026, we did see a slight increase during that time, but we dropped just a little 2% in fall to winter retention. And this is for new students coming in the fall and their retention from fall to winter. We do have our goal was 78%. We didn't make that. And our long-term goal is actually 80 to 85%. We're setting high goals for ourselves. And the national fall to winter retention, 75.5%. So we're about where other community colleges are in the country. Do you have anything about?
I think not at this point, we get to the next slide. For disaggregated retention rates, we're seeing roughly the same percentage drops in most areas, except we've made progress this year for fall to winter in terms of some of our smaller groups, American Indian, Alaska Native, Asian students, Black African American students, and Pacific Islander are all showing slight increases, but everyone else is down a little bit, okay? And I think the reason for that we can really see in that third and final slide. Status set. We look at the middle 2 rows here for unduplicated headcounts and credits attempted. We're seeing that we're getting more students this year than last year. Every single term has had a slight increase in headcount over last year's term at the same time, and that's good news. The less promising news for this factor is the fact that all those students are taking slightly fewer credits each. And so basically we're seeing a slight trend year-round for more part-time enrollment or less full-time enrollment. And the challenge there is all the historical data and research for this shows basically between part-time and full-time enrollments at community colleges, there's an 18 to 20% drop in retention rates for those 2 cohorts. And so the more students we get taking fewer credits, the tougher it's going to be to have a higher retention rate until we can figure out some other ways forward with that.
And that's pretty much all we were going to talk about tonight. So if you have any questions, we'd be glad to have those.
Any questions in regards to the report? Zach?
Others are ahead of me.
No, go ahead.
Just to make sure I'm understanding that last slide correctly, that our unduplicated headcount is up 1% for spring term, but our enrollments are actually down 4.4% relative to last year.
As of the first day, that's correct.
Thank you.
The numbers aren't final until the 5th week.
Was there other questions? Steve?
Yep, sorry, Jerry, I thought you were, there's something to say.
I'm sure you've wondered what to do to improve our position.
I think one of the tactics that colleges usually take at this point is to look at ways to encourage students to credit up type campaigns to encourage students to register for more credits. There's usually got to be a carrot with a stick to get them to do that, and it is difficult when the trend is going in one day to reverse it. If it's going in one direction, to reverse it, but it is something we're looking at, yes.
Steve?
Well, it's sort of a contrary, opinion, not deeply held at this point, so just something I'm airing out. But that one of the things I love about Lane and all community colleges, as far as I know, is, we meet students where they're at. And so if what the data is telling us, especially if it tells us over, repeated years that for whatever their reasons are, they need to take fewer credits. I think it's our job to figure out how to meet them there. Right. I don't know that I feel comfortable with us saying, yeah, but it's better for us if you take more credit. So let's figure out how to get you there. They're telling us they might be telling us, I don't know what they're telling us. They might be telling us they need to take fewer because of other life obligations, et cetera. And so I want us to just consider that. All right, well, our job is to meet you where you're at, help you be successful, given, the myriad responsibilities you have. we've still got, we've got all of our responsibilities we've got to meet. We've got financials that we've got to meet, but what can we do nonetheless is I would hope we are at least entertaining that perspective.
Absolutely. And our advisors and our college achievement coaches, when they're meeting with students in one-on-one or in groups, they do look at what the students have going on in their lives, their work commitments and everything too. But they do encourage them that, to keep at it. But sometimes they can't take as many credits. They've got children, our students are not, but
Yeah, I said let's pay attention to the trends. If they continue to say, to us over and despite our efforts to get them to think otherwise, that what, fewer credits is what works for us. At some point, we have to say, okay, we got to work with you.
Yeah.
Any other questions in regards to the report? All right. Seeing none, thank you for
Thank you very much.
Next, we have, my apologies, scroll down too far, academic affairs update. President Bolger.
Yes, we have a series of updates. We have academic affairs first, we have human resources second, and we have student affairs last. And if you could just come up one at a time. Thank you.
Good evening again. I'm going to keep my comments very brief. It's late. And I want to just focus on some news about staff. In my report, you will find that our Chris Wren, our Senior Instructional Dean of Business, Trades, and Technology, is leaving the institution after 9 years of dedicated service. And we wish him well in his next steps in his career and in his future plans. So we thank him for his dedication to Lane Community College. As well, I want to recognize a faculty member, Jerry Miahan. He is the Cooperative Education Coordinator. He was elected Vice President of Region 7 for the Cooperative Education and Internship Association. This is the governing body for work-based learning in higher education. That's particularly exciting, especially as we are trying to make greater efforts to embed internships and career-based learning. So that's very exciting as well. Also, another highlight, academic fairs each spring leads the college's annual innovation recognition process in partnership with the LCC Foundation. And this year, the top nomination is called Skillapalooza. This was a project that involved interprofessional clinical simulation for high school students and also our college students here at Lane Community College. This was submitted by Christina Howard, our faculty member in physical therapy assistant program, along with her colleagues. So those are three things I wanted to highlight that was particularly important that occurred in the last month. Thank you. And I trust that you read the report. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them, but otherwise I will concede my time to someone else.
Any questions before? Seeing none? Thank you.
Good evening, President Olson, President Bolger, members of the board. Tonight, I'd like to highlight the work of some of my staff that you maybe haven't heard about before. First of all, an artificial intelligence initiative in professional development. Monica Hancock, a member of our HR team and professional development lead, is currently enrolled in the college's inaugural 4-year business degree program. I've just got to say that this degree program has been an incredible boon for professional development, especially for our classified employees. And so I'm grateful that our folks are able to take advantage of it. As a part of her capstone project, she's leading a 6-month initiative focused on strategic integration of AI tools into college operations. This work will include development of a centralized AI resource database with practical implementation guidance, the launch of a periodic AI-focused newsletter, and the facilitation of ongoing workshops to support employee learning and adoption. While distinct in scope, this effort is aligned with and complementary to Kevin Steve's work advancing AI in teaching and learning. There's also work going on with the Sexual Misconduct Climate Survey Planning. The Title IX office is partnering with institutional research to design and implement the college's Sexual Misconduct Climate Survey as required under ORS 350.338. This survey will be administered beginning in 26-27 academic year and will provide critical data to inform prevention, response, and support strategies. Finally, Daniel Brown, our Title IX coordinator, has been working with a committee on compliance with ADA Title II changes. For over a year, Daniel Brown has partnered with the WCAG committee to prepare for compliance with the ADA Title II Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, WCAG 2.1, which will take effect April 24th, 2026. This comprehensive effort includes ensuring accessibility across all digital environments, including public-facing and internal web content, electronic instructional materials, and social media platforms. And if you talk to any faculty members who are doing that work, it is massive. And so appreciate the work of everyone on that. That is my report, pending any questions.
Any questions? All right, thank you.
Good evening. I'll keep my presentation brief here. March was a whirlwind of activity. In early March, President Bolger, Associate Vice President Jennifer Fry, myself, and a kind of cross-campus team attended the Achieving the Dream conference in Portland. LCC itself has been recertified as a ATD, Achieving the Dream Leader College. It was a wonderful conference. The students there, the presentations they gave were just very inspiring, but also there's these leader colleges of distinction. And I'm hopeful that after we talk to a number of those leader colleges, these are amongst the best colleges in the country, that we have a lot in common. And I think it's something we can strive for. I know this is one of Dr. Bolger's goals as well. So we're going to continue working with Achieving the Dream, and we're also working right now on a community vibrancy project. So a few other updates from Student Affairs. One of them, for the past few months in winter term, I've been spending Monday evenings at the Mary Spildy Downtown Center to just provide a friendly face and a table with information for our ESL students. I'm bringing energy bars, cookies, snacks, and even like Capri Suns for the little kids who are coming in with their families. And they're taking ESL classes, and it's just a small way to let our students there know that during such a difficult time when it's precarious and unsettling for them, that we're there for them as well. Our immigrant communities are very important. This week on April 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, the Oregon Council of Student Services Administrators, so kind of deans and vice presidents from student affairs from all the community colleges in Oregon, are going to be here on our campus in their kind of quarterly meeting. It's the first time we've held this in years. There's going to be leadership clinics, networking opportunities. And we're going to talk about what's happening at our campuses, enrollment, things like that. And then on April the 16th, we're going to have kind of a session with a panel of local experts, and this is for staff, faculty, managers across the college, on how things at the federal government, the state government are affecting immigration policy, immigration enforcement. And this is going to be on Thursday, April the 16th, 3:30 to 5 p.m. And we're going to have a panel from people from the community and from the college itself. Let me see. Okay. Different news here. Our Mental Health and Wellness Center received a donation of gun safes and pill lock boxes as part of a suicide prevention effort. In conjunction with the gift, the Mental Health and Wellness Center engaged in a Why Safe Storage Matters for Mental Health campaign. And they gave away 20 gun safes and lock boxes to a lot of students on campus. I think that Okay. And then Latinx Student Program Coordinator Arturo Zavala and the METRA students are preparing to attend the National METRA Conference in Salt Lake City this April. And MC a night Chicano Latinx students to promote higher education, political mobilization, and cultural awareness, empowering them to fight against oppression. And our METRA group is looking at the possibility of holding an event like that here at LCC. Finally, March was Women's History Month, and the Gender Equity Center hosted a bingo game with a women's history educational twist on March the 12th. And the Director of Student Life and Leadership, Becca Maley, led this event, co-sponsored with the Student Government Association. And then on March the 18th, the GEC hosted a luncheon to honor women employees of MCC. The Gender and Sexuality Alliance hosted a community event. Community was tea drinking event. And that is about it from my area.
Any questions from the board?
All right.
Very exciting.
Well, fun in student affairs.
Thank you. All right, that concludes our discussion items. We're now on information reports. Does anyone have any questions in regards to information reports? Zach?
Not a question as much as a comment. I saw the deferred maintenance plan. Been looking for that for a while, so thank you for that. I think it's a really important document that's worthy of a presentation to the board and a discussion by the board. So I'd like to request, minimum 30 minutes, but even up to 60 minutes for myself to get a presentation and to have a full discussion so that we all have a full understanding of where we're at with our deferred maintenance and ensuring that it doesn't balloon while we're not paying attention. So thank you for putting that out there, and would appreciate some time for a full presentation to the board and a chance for us to discuss it as a group.
Heard and noted. Thank you. Steve?
I think what Zach's asking for is of course he's asking for a presentation. And I think we need 3 board members generally to elevate something to an agenda. I'm adding my voice to that request. I read that report also and was going to basically do the same thing that you just did. There's some alarming things in there, some very significant risks that we're exposed to, and I think it does deserve some agenda time.
I would add my voice to that. Yep.
Yep. Excellent. Well, bringing that to our agenda setting meeting, which is scheduled later this week with President Bulger and Vice Chair Rust. Any further questions or comments in regards to the reports? All right. Seeing none, we're now on to board comments and questions. Do we have any board comments and questions? Kevin.
Thank you. I'd like to begin by recognizing President Bulger for her recent appointment to the Aspen Institute College Excellence Program. Congratulations. This is a national honor, and I think it reflects not only on her leadership, but the promise and potential of this institution. So I was very excited to see that, and again, congratulations. I think you're one of a cohort of 23.
23.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty good. All right. I think it's also a time to remind us that even in challenging times, we're all trying to build something that matters, something that will serve students, families, and our communities for generations to come. And finally, as a board, our responsibility, I think, is to stay focused on the future. And I try to use these moments in the agenda to kind of not only remind myself, but hopefully other board members, focus on the future, ground ourselves in strong governance, keeping our eyes on the long-term sustainability, and unified, working together in supporting the work that makes LCC good, and we're all pulling together to make it even better than it is now.
Any board comments or questions? Jesse?
Yeah, I appreciate that, Chair. Just on kind of piggybacking on what Kevin just said, as I was sitting here just thinking about all of these tonight in general, just possibility of the board taking a field trip even over to the iTech building just to see what the students are producing, or having students come here. We heard about some capstone projects and stuff like that. We can read about it in a report, but if there's students that want to come and present in front of the board, potentially adding that to a work session agenda item. But it would love to be able to, again, remind ourselves, we had some very tough conversations. We have very tough conversations still to come. But again, why we're here, grounding ourselves, seeing what the students are doing, because they're doing great work, and it would just be nice to show it off for us, for the audience, and for the general public, I think. So just, I don't know what the next step is there, but that was where my thought process was.
Absolutely. I can take that to our agendas, setting a discussion with the president. And yeah, I'm in favor of that. Yeah. I'm seeing some head shakes and support for that as well. We'll do Julie and then Zach. Julie, go ahead.
So I just wanted to make a little statement for the end of the evening. Feel like I owe some communication to the community. You know, I didn't seek to be a trustee to obstruct or to score points or to represent a single constituency. You know, I ran because I believe in this college and what it does for students and for the people in our community. You know, making a decision to cut millions of dollars from the budget is incredibly difficult. My heart breaks knowing this means that there are folks losing their jobs or services or courses not being provided. And I know this is painful, and we want to figure out ways to find funding. I also want to remark on a comment that was made earlier tonight regarding management pay for 70 managers. It made me want to provide a distinction. That distinction is that 70 faculty at the top tier equals $7 million too. So to just call it out, it's an example of how difficult it is to make these types of decisions for any kind of budgetary cuts. I wish we were not in this situation, but here we are. Regarding board governance, I have to say that what I've witnessed over the recent months, the deliberate delays, the repositioning of this board as an operational authority, the subordination of the president's role, the targeting of institutional processes to serve specific interests, it all begins to create a structural conflict of interest and a profound departure from what a board of education is supposed to be. We are stewards. We are not operators. We are not advocates for any one group at the expense of the institution. And I just want to go on record tonight, not out of frustration, but out of obligation, to the students who depend on this college, to the accreditation standards that protect their degrees, and to the community that trusted all of us with this responsibility. I hope we find our way back to governance, but I won't be silent until we move away from this. Thank you.
Zach?
I think three things come to mind. I'll try and get through them. Last year, we got a presentation on partnerships with K-12 partners in the region after a work session poll that I submitted, and just to state that I would think it would be great if we could revisit that. I thought that was a really great presentation that we got last year. So I'll be trying to put in that again to have that repeated. The LCCEA and LCCEF, I apologize when we changed the agenda. I think we were trying to be deferential to our new student president, and with the desire to move things forward that were affecting students, but we didn't think about the fact that we should have checked with you as well to ensure that if before we move you to 2 hours later in the agenda, we should check with you. So I apologize for that. With regards to tonight's vote, I still have a number of concerns that I wasn't very good at articulating. So I'm just going to go through some things very, very fast. I'm very concerned that we're cutting our embedded tutors. I think that's core student services. With regards to the print shop, my understanding is that a cost-benefit analysis is still supposed to be forthcoming. I would like us to carefully review, President Bulger, please carefully review that cost-benefit analysis to ensure that what we changes that we make to the print shop don't end up costing the college more in the long term. With regards to the dental clinic, low-income dental clinic closure, I can accept that providing dental services for the community is not a core service of the college. I do wish we could have had this conversation in an open public meeting earlier. I don't think delaying the conversation till this point served us well. And last, with regards to the health clinic, I still don't really understand how we're able to afford cutting $280,000 and still getting the same level of service that we got 2 years ago. But anyways, just to state, I still have serious concerns with how we're moving forward with this. And I don't know if other board members share those concerns as well, but the votes happened at this point. So any opportunities that we have to ensure that these are going to be good decisions for the college in the long term, anything we can do to maintain our embedded tutoring program and ensure that that program remains robust with the changes, and ensuring that the closure to the print shop doesn't end up costing us more in the long term. Just wanted those ideas to be out there, and appreciate everybody on this board and for the president and her staff and all the work that you do. Thank you.
Just to put my comment in here, I do want to appreciate the conversations that all people have had here today. I want to appreciate the president, administration, staff, board members, members of the public for a respectful conversation and so forth. An area of concern and an area that I am seeing as a pattern, as a issue in regards to situations like board governance, like you mentioned, Julie, focusing on the future, like you mentioned, Kevin, and making sure, and what I've heard from other board members, that they want more information, they want more time, they want more opportunities to discuss things and so forth. It's one of the reasons I felt that it was an absolute mistake to get rid of our work sessions through multiple months throughout the course of this calendar year. And I think that it's really important that we actually consider having those work sessions, because that is board work, that is information, that is conversation, and that is discussion. I do feel that a lot of board members, unfortunately, don't have the information they need, even when they ask for it. And I think that having it in a situation where it's a public meeting, a public forum and everything, that is really beneficial. I would like us to consider a April work session to discuss a variety of different things, including budgetary matters, including the actions that we've just taken, including where we want to go from here. So I do want to encourage that we have a work session in the month of April. I believe that was even something one of our board members was willing to do that, whether if it was just quote 90, 20, or 120 minutes. I'm not going to put it to that, but I do feel that we as a board can benefit from a work session in April. I think that our community and our conversations and the board work, that's really critical to governance, to the future, and to various aspects that we need to do as a board, as a governing board. So I want to encourage that we do a work session, and I would love to have a conversation with the president and vice chair to have that opportunity to figure out how we can schedule that. I want to accommodate all people's schedules, especially as we go into this month. Steve?
Yeah, just to respond to that. First I've heard of it. I'm, willing to have a discussion about additional work sessions going forward, but not on such a quick timeline. I think we made an agreement for our calendar for this year. It's wrapping up relatively soon. We have lots of meetings coming up in April and May and already because of the budget committee sessions. It will be tough for me, perhaps others, to add more meetings to my schedule. I hear the request, and it might, and a discussion about it would be useful, but I guess I would rather have it be a thing that we discuss for as we set the next year's calendar, which will commence in, I forget exactly, but not that far out. So that would be my thought. We have a lot of meetings coming up in the next couple of months.
Zach?
With the amount of work that we have to do, I am willing to have work sessions. I agree that last year having a regular work session every month, for me, the workflow was much better as a board member. I understand that there's concerns, regarding staff time and having 2 meetings a month. I have found we've ended up having 2 meetings a month this year, many of the months, even though we said we weren't going to, because there was work to do. So Your next agenda setting meeting, backward plan, from the end of the year back to now and see how much we can fit in. And if we need the meetings, then we need the meetings. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further board comments or questions? All right. Future board meeting dates include May 6th, May 20th is a work session, June 3rd is a regular meeting, and so forth. Updated calendar that was approved in September of 2025. A meeting is attached for board's review if you wish to do so. Outside of that, this meeting is adjourned.